Sorry about that, guys. There was a big cat fight, and I had to go and break it up. Oh. And now the one cat is hiding under the freezer and won't come out. So back to making my food. Jake, what are you doing? You were a butt earlier. You beat up your brother. So you're locked in here with Daddy tonight. I don't understand. This cat just gets a random wild hair up his butt every once in a while and just goes after his brother. Just doesn't make any sense. They'll lay with each other. They'll cuddle with each other. They'll clean each other. You know, they'll just having a good old time, and then Jake will just like fucking snap. I don't know if it's like him initially trying to play or if he's like pissed about something. I don't know. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Where's Edge? Where's Edge? Hoping Edge would join us so I could show him the build. I mean, like, they get into fights every once in a while, but normally it's like a little quick. And then, oh, hold on, wife's calling. All right, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. So let's put the food together. A bit. Wait for people to show up. Tinker with this new build. New build seems interesting. Obviously, we're on low budget, so we will be dying. We're on T16s with low budget. But pretty cool. Obviously, some things that could be added to the build to over the top tankify it. But at the end of the day, the main problem I see with the survivability of this build is the total the total HP he has. Because he doesn't take hits very often. But when he does, he can easily die. That's like the only problem I see with the build. But we can get the HP up, Bill could be insane. I dropped Fire Res from something. But interestingly enough, we have almost max res without flasks. The flasks give us the extra max res we're missing. I don't know what I cracked out of these. We do a life armor roll. This would work. This is huge too. I'm torn. Because damage during blast effect is kind of nice. It's only like 20%, but I'm thinking this is the fire could help us. Because take a quick look. Scavenge. That's fire damage. And then the zombie. Doesn't really have an indicator if it's fizz or what. It just does minions have max life. Get moving, cat. So I don't know damage that one does. This one is fizz damage, right? But it does fizz and fire, mostly fire. And then this one's fire. This one's fire. This one's fizz and fire. Fire. I think this is fire as well. And then, yeah, so maybe we don't need... I don't think I want to do the fizz. Like, the only reason I'm thinking fizz to fire is for this. Because they blow up for quarter of the life for max fizz damage. And I feel like if we converted that to fire and allowed for that to ignite, that would give us pretty huge pops and explosions. So I think we'll try that to start. I think we'll try this to start. 1 out of 25. So at least 25% of it will go to fire. Morning, Z. How things? Set up. Oh, it's almost a D-Wad. That would have been a great item to be able to. You know, we'll check it. Helmets. And then we got lightning, res, fracture. Was it 41? Alright, we'll say 42. So it's not really worth much. But it's an armor bit. So worth like 1C. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. We're tinkering with the new build, testing things out, you know. I talked about it a little bit the last couple streams because someone brought it up and it looked interesting, and I said, screw it, let's give it a shot. So we're trying to learn this new build and understand it, see if we can scale it. But we had conversations that we needed to have with you, right? So can you remind me what exactly we wanted to go over so I can do my best to help you out? I remember something to do with the Atlas, but I wasn't sure if there was anything else that we needed to go over. Because there's crucial parts in the Atlas, and a lot of it has to do with generalization of what everything, like what every build kind of consists of, and then generalizations for different things. And then there's obviously the specifics of what you're drilling into. That's a completely separate thing. Gotcha. Mercenaries? Okay. Mercenaries can be very, very, very profitable if you know what you're looking for. The problem is mercenaries are so specific on what's expensive that it's rare, which is why it's expensive. And it's hard to narrow down the exact combination that is like god tier, right? Ichi? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say that stuff can get very complicated. I don't like messing with it because it is so complicated. Like you can miss one key support gem somewhere, and it goes from god tier to worth nothing, or vice versa. You could think it's worth nothing, but it could be worth like a mirror, right? All right, so we'll start with the Atlas. I know you kind of already went into a build, but the generalistic idea, right? So this line right here is kind of the halfway point. Okay, right here, right where this map button is, right? I don't know if brutality on an archer is good or not. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to the mercenaries. But there's an archer that summons mirage archers, like ice archers. He's really good, but he needs to have returning projectiles as a support. And the other thing is, like, a lot of times he comes with Pierce, which he needs to have Pierce. But since you can get Pierce on gear, having Pierce as a support gem takes away from a damage support gem. So it goes from being like a god tier one to being a mediocrely still good, but like an entry level one. So there's like little things like that, right? I could be wrong. The one with the support gem could be god tier. Like I said, I don't know much about them. But anyway, so for the Atlas, when you first start, like I told you before, you get the 3 different Atlases that you can switch between, that you can build this the way you want. So what you typically do on League Start, while you're building your Atlas pool and you're getting your Atlas points, you stick to the bottom part, right? For your first, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 points. And the reason for that is because all these small points give you percentage chance to find maps, right? 2%, 2%, 2%, 2%, 2%. Now, 2% doesn't seem like a lot. But if you're almost always guaranteed to find a map in a map. Now, the problem with that is it's not always from mobs. It could be from breakables or chests, right? There's always, I think, at least one map inside of a map somewhere. But increasing the amount of maps found and makes it go from 1 to 2 or to 3 or to 4, right? It just increases your chances of finding more maps. Now, the next parts are these side 2. These 2 are god tier, because just because you have a map in your map doesn't mean it's going to be the tier of what you're looking for. Now, I think the map that you typically find is of the same tier of what you're running, but this allows it to be a tier higher. So this is how you build your map pool from tier 1 to tier 16 reliably. You pick up these 2 nodes here, along with a bunch of, like, a handful of nodes traveling to them. So typically what I do is I make a T, or I would say more like a wing or something. So I go up the middle, I go to the side, I pick up this one, I go to the side, I pick up this one, and then I pick up this middle part, right? Because you want to take it to the end part is this increased effect of explicit modifiers on maps. This is kind of like something that is used for juicing your maps. And I'll talk about that after. But I usually come up this way to get to these ones, right? Because this is another chance to be a higher tier, chance to be a higher tier, chance to be a higher tier. And then there's these 3 on top. I don't like these 2 personally because I don't like rarity, and I don't want to have 5 random nodes from this be added, because it could add a node that bricks my builds. So I skip the sides, which means I have to go around. So typically, I'll take one side or the other, depending on what I'm doing. I'll go up, and I'll grab these 3. And I want to be in the middle anyway. But that's typically my start, Z. Like I said, I come up, I pick up this, I come over here, I pick up this, I go around this wheel, pick up these 3, and then I go up, pick up these 3, and at that point, I make the decision that I already have my maps kind of, because with those amount of points, you can build your build, right? You can build your Atlas. You can grab nodes reliably. You know, you can get maps reliably. You can get the next tiers pretty reliably, and it works pretty well. Now, things that do help are quantity. Quantity is huge. So this whole wheel in the middle is quantity, and then if you get to the center, it's quantity and rarity. So typically, this is a very good double ring to get, but you have to either go through the Harbinger, through the Expedition, or through the Harvest to get to it. So the middle might not be worth it to you if you're not doing one of those 3. But while you're in the middle, you do have a Shrine one. Shrine one's really nice. It's just free mobs. And you can easily get an extra shrine by grabbing these 3. And then you pick up these 3, or these 2. So that's 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%. So that puts you to 100%. That's a guaranteed shrine. And then I like this one for monster packs. And then if you grab this node, these 3 here, or these 4, gives you another one. So you get 2 guaranteed shrines with tons of monsters. So okay, so there's a few points in yours you could kind of switch up to save some points, see. So if we look at this, it looks like you picked a ton of map increasements, which is fine. I personally don't grab this many because I don't feel like I've ever needed that many to maintain my map pool, right? So there is a method that does take every increasement to maps because they're map farming specifically and they're trying to drop 50 to 100 maps at a time. So this does have viability for map farming. But for your first atlas, I don't think you personally need that much to get to T16s where you can then get into builds, right? Because then you can convert your starter one into a map farming one easily. You don't have to refund that many points just to get into a specific, like to grab the rest of the map mods. But for now, this is perfectly fine. Like the only thing I would say is, like, I feel like there's some wasted points here because the way you branch to everything. So you did go to the left side here. And like I said, I don't like left side because it turns all your quantity into rarity. And all that does is it lowers the amount of loot you find, but increases the rarity of the items dropped. Not the currency, but the items. So that's the problem with the quantity to rarity ratio. You get rid of the quantity, which lowers the amount of quantity of currency that drops, but it also lowers the quantity of the items dropped. But the items are the only thing that take effect of the rarity. So your items dropped will be more likely like your div cards and your like armor pieces and stuff like that. They're more likely to be uniques. So this is an okay strategy if you're farming for like mage bloods, like mage blood drops or T0 like unique drops and stuff. Getting a huge amount of rarity is fine, but if you're looking for raw currency, I feel like rarity is bad. But with that said, you come up through like you came up here, you went to the left side, which is fine because you're coming over here anyway, and you wanted this and you wanted this. Like this makes sense. What doesn't make sense is you connect through the middle and you connect through here. And like I said, I can see the thought process here is pick up as many map mods as possible so you can get as many maps as possible. That's fine. But like I said, personally, I have found you don't need as many. So I personally would have just went straight up the middle and I would have took these all out because I don't block mods personally. If I see something I don't want to run, I ignore it. And then same thing here. I would remove this and I would remove this. And I'd keep the rest of this. Now, you did come over here, and you did come over here, which is fine because you went to mercenaries. You did come up here, which is also fine. But then you wrapped all the way up and all the way over. I'm not saying that's bad, but I feel like these 3 points can be refunded because instead of wrapping all the way around to get all the way up to here, you could, I mean, you want this node. So there's nothing wrong with being over here. And obviously you need more nodes to get to that point, but you could connect through this way instead, right? Or from up here. But you need more points to make that work. So for now this is fine, but I'm just saying like you could refund some of these points. Like I said, if you refunded these points down here, these points here, and these points here, and then you use those to connect here, and then drop these 3 points here. These are scarab nodes. Scarab nodes aren't bad, but that's another totally different farm where you grab all the scarab increasement nodes. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the build, the crucial things are obviously branching is depending on what your farm is. Like I said, your first atlas is grab the minimal amount of like increasements to map drops and map tier drops, and then go into a league mechanic that has density, right? If you have density, you have more chances to drop maps. Increasements to dropping maps means you're going to progress your atlas faster, and then you get to T16. Once you're at T16, you make your second atlas, for either EXP farming or currency farming, and then you make your third one specialized for another another type of farm, and then you can revamp your first one into a different farm on top of that. So you have options and stuff, but when you get towards the end and you have a lot of your points, you typically want to always pick up this top V shape for the explicit modifiers on your maps. I'm gonna wait for this ad to finish. But what up, Edge? Are you in an ad, Edge? I'm gonna run a map while I wait. No ad, okay. So I made a swap. So I had this on yesterday, and I swapped it to this. Because I am igniting like ridiculous amounts. And 1% life every time I ignite an enemy is ridiculous. Basically, my HP doesn't move. Now, there are situations where I take certain mods that it does. And I can die still. But... and this is why I say I think I can league start this. Like, not playing it as like a Slayer or another build and then farming the currency to then get into it. I think I can literally start this character. Like, the second I can actually find or buy a Rise of the... because what it boils down to is I feel like I can run any shield and have lucky block, which basically says if I have 75 block, I'll basically have 90 block ish, right? Because of the regular lucky block. I eventually can then farm to this shield. Not a big deal. This puts us to 99 block. The amulet, same thing, right? This just gives us to max block. So instead of having 75 block, I can go to 78 block, which pushes my lucky block even further and my triple lucky block even further. And this gives us base block chance to help us get to that 75 or 78 or whatever, you know, block cap. So necessary, but not needed at the beginning. Obviously we can rock a Cloak of Flame, which is pretty easy, and it doesn't have to have sockets, it just has to be the item just to get us started. I can rock an Immortal Flesh for regen to start us off. The ring is kind of necessary, but it doesn't have to be enchanted or, you know, corrupted or anything like that. Generic ass, you know, yellows, generic ass yellow, just get our reses sorted, get our life sorted. And then it can be any weapon to start us off, but our first purchase would have to be getting a razor, because this is where our survivability comes from, and we can literally, with that build, farm to a Mage Blood. Once we get the Mage Blood, that's where things kind of take a turn and that's when we start getting big dick, right? All right, we're gonna take this. All right. Yeah, Z, I mean, technically, Z, all I would really do is I would Google it. That's all I'm gonna do for you, because I don't know anything about mercenaries. Right. So Atlas passive, tree strategies, guides, and then let's see if we can find a merc. Sorry, I'm Googling it really fast for you. Well, I mean, I don't mind Googling it and then finding one and like looking it over, right? All right. Okay, so I pulled this up, and this is kind of like generic what I was talking about. So Atlas tree set up for early mapping. This is like kind of what I was pointing you towards. Remember what I was talking about? Where you come up through the middle You grab this, you get these points up here. Like I said, you don't have to go this way. I usually do just to get to the middle faster. But I kind of like these two nodes in the middle, personally, because they are rare monsters in your maps, both of these. I like that, right? And then explicit modifiers makes them stronger, but it also boosts your maps even further. So I like these three early mapping, personally, right? But you can see like they grab the map nodes on the sides and they grab the map nodes in the middle, and then they kind of just grab shrines because they're right there, and they just grab like things that are easy to add more mobs to the map, right? For example, this one does harvest, so you can jump out of harvest if you want. You don't have to do heist either, right? They just grab harvest, but like you can see, like this is what I was exactly talking about. You grab this little V shape here, and then you kind of branch to what you want from there, right? This is Headhunter currency printing. Kind of the similar thing. You keep the map stuff on the side so you can maintain your maps, right? Um, Keep the shrine for more mobs, and then I don't know why they take the double connection here. I'd have to look at these mods and see what they are. I think they're scarabs. Yeah, it looks like scarabs. So this looks like more of a scarab farm. So they grab the scarabs on the sides here. This is a huge scarab wheel, which is worth it. But if you look at the top, this node here and this node here is God tier, right? And then they took all the explicit modifiers that I was telling you about, these ones all here, this V shape, and then they took all the scarab nodes, right? Even the scarab node over here. And then they go into either eater or searing from there. It's personal preference. That these guys like, a lot of people like eater. I've kind of been more getting into searing lately, but this is like something you would do. It's like you're dropping lots of scarabs for money, you're juicing your map, you're getting a lot of quantity, and then you're getting like a lot of pack size and stuff like that. Anyway, so that's one. Raw Chaos and Divine Engine, kind of the same thing, but this is a mercenary one. So maybe you rock this. I like this. So this is Raw Currents, Raw Chaos, and Divine Engine. So there's a reason for the build, but they go left side up here, which I would ignore for now. They pick up the explicits, all the explicits here. Then they pick up the mercenaries, the double mercenaries on the side, the full wheel, and then the full wheel here, and like this. Like, so they pick up all the only thing they don't get is these back nodes, these two middle nodes, and they don't go. I think yeah. So I think that's the only thing that they don't grab. They go searing, which I personally like more. They go right side. Don't remember what right side is. But then they get like I said, they keep the map sustain. They keep this, and they keep the little bit of the map sustain through here. So I like this idea. They keep the shrines because shrines just gives more monster packs. It's really good. Like there's no reason not to take shrines because it's a few points and you get guaranteed 2 shrines, and they have monsters, like a lot of monsters on them, so it's worth it. But I like this Atlas Z, so this might be something I would think about doing. I'll send it to you. I like this. I do like this. This looks solid to me. Because you get the quantity in the middle, you get all your mercenary nodes, you get the extra packs from the shrines, you get the map sustain still. And it's simple. It's simple. And you get all the explicit modifiers that you're looking for. You also have the div cards up here. Now, you don't need to take the last point, Z. I'm going to show you what I mean. This point here, you don't need to take this point. Unless, hear me out, unless you are farming scrying orbs for a specific map. So let's say you wanted to make some money, right? Scrying orb, right? And then you get one for every map, right? Cage is a pretty good one. Cage sells for almost 500 C. So if you wanted to add a little extra currency, now you wouldn't be doing deli with this, but mercenaries on this works fine. Regular other things work fine. Cage, right here, drops the apothecary card, which is really big money. So everybody wants this, right? So if you want to add a little extra money to your farm, if you want to add a little extra money to your farm, pick up this node and run cage. Because it's a 4% chance every time you kill the boss, you will get a scrying orb, which is worth almost 500 C. And you can just sell scry orbs to people nonstop. Just underprice it a little bit, someone's going to buy it. And just keep selling them. It just adds more currency into your pockets for free while you're already clearing the map anyway. And on that layout that I showed you, since it's pretty much just grab altars as you're going through and killing mercenaries, very simple. So then you're price checking your mercenaries, you're getting to the end, you're killing the boss, hoping you get a scrying orb and you sell it. I think that would be a good go-to for a second Atlas for you, and it would print you money. I think that's very simple, very easy going forward. Like I said, there's a lot of strategies when it comes to the Atlas, because there's so much different unique ways you can either farm, like I said, currency with quantity and stuff like that, and huge pack size like things like Abyss and stuff like that. Abyss, a Breach, Beyond, like those three specifically just spawn tons and tons of mobs. Crafting, I am absolutely dreadful at it, Fluxy. Dreadful. Like, let's not, let's just say I can't craft, okay? I am there ain't no way. I'm so bad at even alt spamming. I'm sorry. So there's that option, right? And then there's scarab farms, there's map farms, there's raw currency farms. Like there's lots of different variations of farms, right? Yeah, so that one I showed you before is like all scarab based. So with the one I showed you though, this one here, if you want to get into Abyss, you'd have to drop some stuff because I feel like you're almost maxed out with this. Because I feel like, in theory, what you could do is you could drop the Exert and then pick up Abyss. But Exert's just good. There's no reason not to go with one of the altars because it's just extra mobs, and then the altars basically double currency, double map drops, double scarab drops. Like if you're not running altars, you're just scuffing yourself versus going with Abyss, right? Just finished your boots. I have no idea how. Wait, no idea to get rid of fire res. Let me look at it. So you talking about these boots? You got an implicit of fire? Is that what you're trying to remove? And of course, it bricked my game when I opened this. Does that to me every time. Yeah. So my question is, are you trying to remove that fire res that looks like the implicit on it from the hunter slash redeemer? If I remember correctly on the icons. I don't know if you can. Because you can't, it's not like you can use the embers or the e-cores to change it, right? I don't know if you can change those implicits. Hold on. Because you're running on what base is that? I'm trying to remember. Hold on. I'm trying to remember what boot base that is. It's a ward. No, it's bored, but I'm just trying to find it, see what its organic like implicits are. It doesn't seem like it has any implicits. So then you, I'm assuming you smashed. Did you recombinate this? Is that how you got these the hunter and the redeemer on it? Bestiary crafted? Oh, interesting. Okay. Uh yeah, I couldn't tell you how to change that. Would you want to change it to just anything else? Because you don't want the fire res? Or did you want a different res? I don't even know if you can change that, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. What up, mate? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options. I'm just trying to think, like, I don't know if there's any real way to do it. Like I said, I don't do a whole lot of crafting, but that's an actual advanced crafting step. That's even further past my knowledge of crafting in general. What up, Cooper? Sorry, I'm not gonna be much of a help with that. Uh, so Z, I don't know if that helped at all. And I know you needed to work on your POB for better gear. 100% ignite. You get tankier. Okay, so we can look at your POB really fast. All right, before we do that, let me finish this map really fast. I started it and then I got sidetracked. Bone cancer? Bro, that sucks. I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, that blows, mate. I'm sorry. That's a rough one. Ooh. For sure I have to stay out of the middle now that I picked that one. Well, I didn't pick it, but the game picked it for me. Oh. Who did 500C? Yeah. We can, like I said, we can look at it. I can pull you up. I can see where you're sitting at. I can see where we can move to. Like I said, it kind of depends the what version you like, what in-game version of RF you want to run. Right. If you want to stick with traditional RF like Pox, you know that's perfectly fine and acceptable. Um, if you want to segue into like a life stacker, if you want to segue into like variations, like there's so many different variations. You'll always have the pop, no matter how you look at it as a chieftain. You'll always have the explodes, and that's the crux to the whole build in general. Like you'll always have that. So here's the thing: the life stacking one is ridiculously expensive. I'm talking like mirrors, right? Because some of the items you need are like 100 divines or more. Um, which is fine. It is what it is. But then you also have Like you stick with the traditional like you are right now, where you have like the sorry, trying to think. Where you have like where you're using like an ability while you're like on single targets, right? But there's like multiple different abilities you can use as well. But the life stacking one doesn't have an active skill, pushing me out of it, and it's really annoying. So the life stacking one relies upon RF only, but RF does like 20 to 40 million damage, right? So you don't need an active skill, but it's stupid expensive. But then you got like block variants, right? That rely a little bit more on like further survivability. It adds survivability layers with block. Like you already have kind of like basic block, but you go with like bigger block. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. Like there's so many ways to play RF now. It's kind of just wild at this point. This guy just won't die. Sorry, this degen in the middle is kind of like cucking me. It's making things very difficult because I have the degen here and I have the border here. So there's a very small window of like or I can stand without being in degen. And these big guys keep fucking punching me out of the circle. So annoying. For the remainder of the encounter, damage taken will slowly increase. Okay. I think we can actually tolerate that. Not really taking much damage. The main problem we have is this circle. We have even less space to stand. And these guys keep punching me and knocking me out of it. Don't punch me. Stop punching me. Oh, the caustic one sucks. Caustic one sucks. No. No. No, no, no. The circle is so small, bro. I don't know where to stand. I knew I was gonna die, dude. I couldn't fucking do anything. That's such a bad combination, dude. Such a bad combination. It would have been fine, but I have the thing gets smaller every time you go to another wave. And then I had the degen in the middle, which just fucked me. Okay. Oh, anyway, okay, so let me grab my dog shit ass items since I failed at the very last second. So sad. I mean, my gear is really bad. I don't expect to be able to do anything like crazy. I don't even have an abominable force to. So if I had an abominable force there, I would have lived, because I would have been able to frostblink and move. I also don't have corrupted blood immunity. Wait, or do I? I think I do. Actually, I do. Yeah. So give me a second, Z. Like I said, you're getting into the realm of like, you're past the basics of your build and you have to specialize in one way or the other. And like for me, specializing is kind of just like, I like to be cast on stun. So that's kind of like my expertise. right? I don't have an active skill. I stand there and I tank everything. But you have lots of options regardless. Like I said, we'll look at it. It depends, like, do you want to go like super fast, or do you not care about the movement speed as much? Like, because most players, they want to have like Mach 10,000 movement speed and just speed run the game, right? I'm okay with being a little slower. But if with the speed, you need more damage, because with how fast you're moving, you need to be able to actually kill the mobs as you're running past them, right? So it's like a double-edged sword there. More movement speed you get, the more damage you need to actually make it work. All right, good enough. All right, we'll look at your stuff. All right, let's pull you up and see what we look like. Oh, all right. First things first. You have life tap. You should at least. You should, in theory. I don't know what exactly you all have, right? So let's look. You have block. You have the endurance charge, you have the healing, the regen, fire. You remove this one. Let's activate your flasks. Okay. Configuration. Flasks are active. Okay. Yeah, both of these to take over for that. Just have glancing blows. Don't really need this point. I mean, you do for the extra radius, but I mean, I find it to be unnecessary personally, but it is what it is. Endurance charge, that, and reservation. Get both of those. That, uh, that, that. Okay. So one thing I would say here, Z, is you don't need these two back ones. The intention for getting widespread specifically is to force prismatic and burning bright to the front. Right. Widespread's good, but it's only 20% LE damage, and it's a small amount of area effect, right? So this one's bad, and the two small nodes can be better used somewhere else. So ideally from here, you would get medium clusters, and you'd go into the medium clusters, right? And then what did we anoint? We anointed this. All right, so you don't have a reliable way to keep your endurance charges going on single target. You're fine on mapping. Mapping, you shouldn't have any problems with endurance charges. It's gonna be your single target that's gonna be a problem, but this is good. This is fine. We'll say you have endurance charges in the configuration. And then you have a sulfur, so we'll say you have conk effect. So I think this is what you're looking like, right? All right. So defensively speaking, you have almost 3,000 net life regen, which is solid, way more than what most people have. 10k armor, fine. 75 block, but with glancing blows, so it's okay. 89 across the board. You do want to get that last 1% eventually, but we can tell that's a later problem. Your chaos is only 54, but that's actually respectable. You don't really need the 75. In most cases, you can with this build you can survive off 50. It's pretty easy. 4,500 life could be a bit better. Or better is what it is. Yeah, so you're not too bad. So your DPS is about 160k. Not terrible. And if you look at your fire trap, it's about 400k. Not bad. It's a good place to start. Now let's look at your skills. Fine. Yeah, punishment. I'm okay with this. Yeah, blood. Oh, wait. Configuration, frenzy charges. Okay. That pushes our DPS a little bit more. Yeah, 430 and almost a little bit over 180. That's a little bit better. That's pretty cool. And then let's see. Yep, we got the combo here. All right, so we're still okay. So we're still using Scorching Ray for some reason. I said this before. Scorching Ray can go away. You can literally delete it. Don't need it. RF is fine this way. I'm curious. Like you can get more damage if you wanted to with Conk Effect, but the radius goes from 3 2.5. So you're gonna go from 3.5 to 2.5. If you were to do that. What I also find funny is somehow you lost damage just now. And I don't know how. You were at 180 and now you're at... That's weird. Oh, because there was Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray was inflating your numbers. Hold on. Stationary. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, that's more like it. So, 300k, or almost 300k fire, righteous fire, and 650k fire trap. So you're about 1 million total single target DPS when they stand still. Pretty close. But if you were to drop this and then pick up this, it significantly lowers your radius. But you go from 295k, let's say 300, to over 400. You gain over 100,000 fire trap damage or righteous fire damage, but your circle gets smaller. It's tolerable. 2.5 I think is a tolerable radius personally. But personal preference. You could, if you really wanted to get sweaty with it, Z, you can swap these two gems. So if you get on a boss and you need extra damage, you swap Area of Effect for Conk Effect to get the extra 100k damage while you're standing there being punched in the face. It's a possibility. But then you got Flesh and Stone, Vitality, Tempest Shield. So personally, you don't really need Vitality anymore. There is an argument to be made. Where is it? Where would it be? The region. There's a thing I'm looking for. Can't find it. So there was a thing, I can't remember what it was, but and they might have got rid of it. But it basically said if you reserved life and mana, you gained like something. I don't remember what it was. So we used Arrogance Vitality to gain it without cucking our mana even further, right? It helped with the mana problem. Because if you look at this, if you were to do a Vitality, right, with Arrogance, it reserves like 11% of your life. So about 500 HP. But you gain it, right, without messing with your mana. So now you have a bunch of mana. You have 28% mana. So with that 28% mana, you can throw something else on. Right? You have room for it if you have the sockets for it. That was something we used to do, right? Because you save a socket by switching from Skitterbots to Malevolence. Right? And then you could technically put this in with this as long as they're not linked. And then that's your weapon. And that leaves you with one open slot for another thing, right? So you have another aura you could throw in. But that was the thing, like we removed Scorching Ray from somewhere. It's like your helmet's taken, your boots are taken, your gloves are taken, you're gonna be in an ad. Let me know when you're back. And like these are, so all that's taken and this is not taken. So we have one open slot. What would we be interested in putting on though? Because would Skitterbots fit? It does not. Trying to think what would be interested in using. Are you already back? Yeah, so that's the thing. That's what Fire Trap is. So if your Righteous Fire isn't killing it, you're throwing the Fire Trap at them, and that's basically that's it. I'm just trying to think what we can add because you have your Flesh and Stone, you have your Tempest Shield, so you have your block, you have your damage reduction right here, and then you have your Malevolence. Like I feel like Malevolence is this, so you just have one open socket here. That's basically it. Like you can technically put Malevolence in with this, and hypothetically speaking, what you could do, if you got a crazy shield, it'd be an expensive shield, but it's possible. Either yellow or you can buy a Rise of the Phoenix like I got for 30% aura reservation efficiency. Because that 30% would allow you to add in another aura. Yeah, there's nothing else you're going to be able to hit them with that's going to make any kind of a dent. If they're fire immune, basically. But, like I said, you could put Malevolence in here. Right? And then that would like leave your weapon kind of with Vitality, Arrogance, and an open slot. And like I said, with the open slot, you could do Skitterbots. But you see how it's negative right now? In order to do that, you would need to get this. Or something similar, right? I'm gonna change characters. It's easier. I bought one myself. Just because why not? You get this Rise of the Phoenix. Socketed gems have 30% increased reservation efficiency. You get this, you put, I don't even have, all I have is my Petrified Blood and Flesh and Stone in here. I should put my Malevolence in here, but my Malevolence isn't being managed, so it doesn't matter. This just gave me a little extra life reservation, so I'm above 55% now. I'm at like 60%. Anyway, so that's something you could look into. So if we look at that, Rise of the Phoenix with I think I bought mine for like 1 div. Yeah, so 100C. You can buy this. It's basically what you already have, but it gives you the reservation efficiency, which kind of gives you a little bit extra mana to throw in skitter bots on top of this. Now, this will give you damage, right? So the thing is before you had skitter bots with unbound ailments, right? And you didn't have malevolence. So you were at 295, right? So switching from skitter bots to malevolence, you lost 2k. Not a big deal, but you saved a gem slot, right? I'll show you in a second, see. But then if you get that shield, you can throw skitterbots back in, and skitterbots alone puts you to 342, and if you unbound ailments, 366. So it gets you like 80k or 70k, something like that, like 60, 70k. Increase it, yeah, 73k to do this swap. And you should have enough mana. I don't know if you'll have enough mana with unbound ailments, but you don't have room for unbound ailments. Right, because if you remove this, the arrogance, and vitalities on your life, kind of cutting it. Now, if you went to a level 1 vitality, you might be able to make that work. Because at that point, you don't need, like, what I'm getting at is you don't really need vitality. You have so much life regen, you don't really need the vitality. Right? Like, vitality gives you a lot. It's like 200 that gets juiced by everything. But you're literally sitting at 200, like almost 2,500 instead of 2,900 without it. You have still a lot of health regen. I don't think you're gonna have any problems. So I mean, in theory, you could do this level 1 vitality with the summon skitterbots, unbound ailments. You just have to test it to see if you have enough mana with the 30% reservation efficiency on the shield with putting these in. Now, what you could do instead of putting Tempest Shield and Flesh and Stone, you could, in theory, test it with a 2-link and a 1-link. So you put Summon Skitterbots and Malevolence in the shield. It might give you a small amount of extra mana. It might be less. I don't know. But to find that shield, search for Rise of the Phoenix first. And then in the stat field, you need to type this. Targeted gems have pound% increased reservation efficiency, and you have to select the implicit version. So it'll find implicits. Then you're looking for it to have this little purple text, and then the rest of it should be the same. So this will give you a little extra damage. It'll lower your life regen, but it should give you extra damage. We'll have to tinker with what goes into what slot. But the reason you even would want Vitality running at even level 1 is for when you get a Watcher's Eye. If you get a Watcher's Eye that says, while affected by Vitality, you get increased life regeneration rate. This will then make up for the fact that you have a level 1 Vitality. Right, so if we were to come in here and get a Watcher's Eye, and then we did Vitality, and it is life recovery rate. Got rid of this. It was just literally a single prop thing. I'm gonna put in here. I'm just gonna take 1 point here and I'm gonna stick it in. This alone would give you more dot because you get more life, right? But it gives you back all the regen that you lost. Literally, that alone gives you all your regen back, and it saves you mana. So that's what fixes it. Right, you get your regen back, and then you can get a combo instead of just the life regen. You can also get it with malevolence, which will give you even more damage, put you up to over 400k. So if we were to go into here and we were to spend extra money and get a malevolence version with vitality, and we were to do damage over time multi with this, boom, you get another like 40, 50k. And you start getting expensive at this point. And we haven't even touched your gear. Right? Like your helmet, to make your fire trap better. There's a much better helmet that we can grab. This is starter helmet, obviously. Gloves, you got the inflict. You don't need the wither, obviously, that can be changed. But these are good gloves. The life could be a small amount higher, but other than the life being a little bit higher, you can roll these with dex. So they'd be an armor evasion base, so they have dex roll on them, but they could have more HP, and then the other stats would be the same, plus dex. Then you'd have a pretty solid pair of gloves, and it would sort your dex problem. I have an alternative version for your dex problem, but this is like that's more of an in-game, high, price tickets. Your boots, personally, I would probably not take the chaos res implicit. I would take the +1 to max fire res for the bottom part. Can never remember which one's bottom, which one's top. I don't know if it's red or blue. I want to say it is red, but I'm not 100%. You have to Google it. But same thing on your boots. The only thing I would change on your boots is a little bit more max life. And if you want to go faster, you can get more movement speed. If you don't care about your movement speed, you can drop the movement speed altogether. You can get something else. Doesn't really matter. Defiance of Destiny. It's a good Defiance of Destiny. We have no problems here. The only thing you can change with Defiance of Destiny is a good Corruption or better reses or both. Pyre Ring should be changed out eventually for a very, very, very expensive ring. Same thing with your yellow ring here. It's a good ring. It's got good dex on it. It's got good res. Got good life. But you can get more damage rolls here. You can get damage over time multis. You can get fire damage on them. Like rings are a good source of damage. And then your belt, the only belt upgrade you're going to be able to get here is a Mage Blood. And then with a Mage Blood, you'll change out your flasks. So that combo itself is very expensive. Mage Blood's 200 divines. And then the flasks are probably another 50 to 100 divines. So you're looking at a huge investment to switch to a Mage Blood. But that's kind of what we're looking at there. And you're currently 92. I would say, level up to get this spot for an extra jewel. And what you could do, here's what I probably would do, is I would refund some points on your tree to go more into clusters at this point. Oh, sorry, I was yawning. Whew. The one thing I would do, it's expensive to get a good one. It's cheap to get an easy one. But you put these 3 points in, you get a timeless jewel that turns this into Ostinance Resonance or something like that. Pull it up. Yeah, Supreme Ostinations or whatever. It ignores attribution requirements from all of your stuff. So your gear, your skills, abilities, and stuff like that. But you gain no inherent bonuses from them. So this will lower your HP and your mana a little bit and stuff. because your int no longer counts for whatever it counts for, your strike no longer counts and stuff like that. So you will lose some of that, but you can then tattoo everything, right? So this comes from an elegant hubris. Now, an elegant hubris, doesn't matter what number it is, will give you this keystone. But the number will change what the nodes change to, right? So that's where things get complicated, things get expensive and stuff. Yeah, to Casperia. Yeah, you're right, Edge. You're right. If you want, I mean, I don't really have. Thing is, like, me building it from scratch for you would take me all night. Because I would have to find the correct timeless jewel. I'd have to input it. I'd have to put it in here. I'd have to change this. I'd have to then make the cluster jewels. I'd have to refund a bunch of trees and a bunch of points. I'd have to put the gear in. I'd have to craft the gear. It would take me hours. If I have one to give you, it'd be easier. Just wish I had one saved that wasn't AFK, right? Because all my stuff are like AFK stuff. Because I feel like my AFK is kind of like what you're shooting for, right? Because my AFK has 700,000 RF damage without calculating anything. So I go into standing still. Technically, I'm on low life, but we won't count that. Right. I have endurance charges. Um, I'm leeching. But this wouldn't matter for you. This would be a little bit different. Flasks are active. We'll just call it this, right? Without going anywhere. I have almost 2 million RF damage by itself. Yeah. So, but with that in mind, like, the only thing that would change in this build is, which obviously would lower its damage, is you wouldn't be getting the voices and the corrupted jewels. Everything else is basically what you. Obviously, this wouldn't. I would have to remove some stuff because, like, you don't want the stun thing here. You probably wouldn't need to go over here. You wouldn't need these two clusters. This cluster would stay, and then you would branch out into mediums. Um, I probably have to drop this as well. But, like, this is kind of like the same exact build that you're running. It's just caveated for stun. I don't know. Like I said, I don't mind helping you out. I don't mind making you one, but it would literally be an entire stream, and I don't know if I want to do that right now. Um. Oh. So I'm just looking at what we have to see what we can do. So what I'm thinking is, so here's what I'm thinking. You swap this in, right? And then Jake, stop your shit, cat. You'd have to find one, two, so 8 points, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. I personally would remove this, but we'll see if we can do elsewhere otherwise. All right, we're gonna do. We're gonna have to tinker with some stuff, but we need 2 more points. So what I'm thinking is, not only do I need 2 more points, I need another 4 points to make this work the way I want it to. This would remove. Okay, hold on. Let me. Cat, pissing me off. Lay down somewhere. God, he's walking over to my fucking door and he's hitting the doorstopper and he's going dong, dong, a dong. I was like, holy fuck, cat, just stop your goddamn shit. Pissing me the fuck off. Do I have to remove that off the door so you stop fucking hitting it, cat? Swear to God. Well, the problem is he's locked in my office tonight because he attacked his brother earlier. All right. So this puts us to where we were just a second ago. We were at 113. We're still at 113. We don't have our jewel sockets back, but that's not too big of a deal. We can always get that. We can always pick those up later. But that brought us up a decent amount of damage. So this one alone gave us 31,000, and this one gave us 31,000. So if we remove this one's 30,000. So like we're at 260. We're now at 327. Right, and then that's comparatively to what you were before, right? Let me pull up your other character. Yeah, I have to fix that. Like I said, that's a 2-step process. It's a 2-step process. So you're currently at 301, right? And then when I took those gems out and I took those points out, you went down about 35k. But then gaining these back, you netted a positive 25, 26k. Well, I left the ignite chance, and I left the ignite chance. That's why I took out just the fire multi ones. And then I took out the fire damage and the fire pen. What up, hero? In a minute, hero, in a minute. So that's why I took those out specifically. Now, like I said, if you level, you can then pick up these small jewels, Z, and then that's where you can put your things back in and gain your damage from your jewels again. Don't worry about the attributes. Like I said, I'm going to fix that. That is the next process. So, if we remove these 2 points, put them here, right? That's step 1. We need 2 more points. Personally thinking we just drop these 2. That's 15. It's only 7.5 life per node. 12, 6 each. The 12 versus 15. So that one's better. This one's worse. I'm trying to find 2 nodes that we can drop. I don't want to drop HP, but we might have to. 5. And that's 15. That's a good one. 6, 16. So that's 8. So none of those really work. I feel like temporarily you're going to have to lose HP to then level to gain it back to make this work. So the idea here is we'll temporarily drop these. You're going to drop HP, right? You're going to drop a lot of HP. I don't know if I like that. What about this one? So 27, 47. So this drops us, where's our HP? So that's 44, 30. Okay, so I think I would drop this one. You lose a little armor, but that's fine. I would drop these for now. And then this is what we're picking up. We're picking this up because you're going to buy a hubris. So hubris with Casperio, like I said specifically, gives you Supreme Ostentatious. You no longer need stats. Period. So your stats do not matter. Oh, we can take care of this. Okay. So this fixes our problem. Okay. So we can now drop these 3 points, which gives us these 2 points back. And then that fire mastery can be put up here. Then. So that fixes our problem. Okay. So we're good. Points wise, we're Gucci. This is exactly where you want it to be. Stop it before I cut your fingers off. Jesus Christ, cat. Holy crap. So now you no longer have a dex problem, you no longer have a strength problem, you no longer have an int problem. You do lose HP. As you can tell, you were at 47, now you're at like 44. You keep this. The only thing you dropped was these 2 nodes here. So you can pick this up because you had to drop this as well. Dude, this cat's driving me fucking nuts, hero. So now you can get different jewels when you level. You get 2 levels. You can get both of these. One of them can be your Watcher's Eye that you need to get, and the other one can be a damage jewel, giving you more damage. But this is kind of what you're shooting for at this point. Now, what I would recommend is we'll check the price really quick. And then you need one of Casperio. Pretty sure it was Casperio. 206. You don't care about the number to start with, right? Because the number changes what these are going to be. Like these nodes here and all of these, just the big nodes, right? So the specific thing you're looking for when you go for big pricey is an Elegant Hubris with Casperio to give you this, right? And the number turns one of these 2 into gotta pull up my other character. Turns it into Eternal Resilience. Now the reason for this is it gives you endurance charges whenever you're hit. So while you're shield charging through, you get punched, you're face tanking a boss, you're gaining endurance charges. You no longer need to anoint this. You can now anoint something else for more survivability or more damage, and it's a lot better. So you freeze up your anoint to spend a little bit of currency to pick this up. This is like the best setup you can have. Like this one was with a 26440. You got the shield? Yeah, try out the shield. We'll tinker with the shield a little bit. But this is kind of like what you're shooting for with your build right now, because the mediums are going to be expensive. Like I said, the elegant is only 200, whatever. Then you get, but then at this point, this is where things get interesting, Z, is now that you don't need stats, like strength and int, you can tattoo every single strength, dex, and int node on your tree. Every single one of them. So For example, you can tattoo strength with you can do fire res. Obviously, it's meh. Ignite chance, which is where fixing your ignite chance comes into place. Because if you grab this, you can remove the ignite chance things that you have and move them more towards damage. So this comes in handy to get fixed, 100% ignite chance without getting ignite chance on flasks or anything like that. Then you have increased fire damage, just generic, more damage. So if you have open slots, good thing to do. You can also get armor, which is kind of meh in my opinion, because unless you're armor stacking, but you get life regen, 0.3 life regen per second. You can stack these, it's really huge. And then you got chance to block as well. Theory, you can stack a bunch of chance to block, so you can, in theory, drop glancing blows at some point if you really wanted to, but that's just the strength nodes, right? And then for your int nodes, you can do reduce effective curses on you. Very useful. So you can get to 100% reduced curse effect. You can also do chaos res, kind of meh. You can do, where's the one I'm looking for? Yeah, reduced extra damage from crits. Now, if you don't have 100% reduced extra damage from crits, this is the best thing to tattoo. Because once you're crit immune, your survivability goes through the roof. So that's what you can tattoo there. And then you don't have very many dex nodes. Actually, I don't think you have a single one because of the way you path. So I wouldn't worry about that. But yeah. So basically you can fix your ignite chance, you can get more regen, and you can get crit immune with tattooing with this setup. Right? Because if we look, you don't have any reduced crits from this node. You don't have this node.
Would you like
for 30% reduced crits from this
right now?
And you don't have the mastery here for another 20%. So in theory, if you leveled to 100 and you didn't change your tree at all, you could, in theory, you could drop some of these points. I feel like this is a good point to drop. You could drop these points. Anyway, yo, May, thanks for the hydrate. Yo, Hero, thanks for the I did eat at the start of stream, so I'm good. Thank you. Anyway, so if you needed points, you could take from like over here. Like I said, you're not going to need this node anymore. It's damage and ignite chance and res you don't really need. This is damage and area of effect, which once again, you don't probably need all that much. The little bit of life you could probably drop. The thing is, like, you could probably drop this and this, like this whole section, for another cluster. Oh, you tried doing the hydrate? Gotcha. So, like, all of this could be taken out, and you could pick up, like, more 6% life nodes somewhere else, or you could pick up, more damage nodes on more clusters, so you could maybe, like, because the idea is to come this way, right? Because if you come this way, and you connect here instead, it takes 3 points, but you're here at a cluster, and you can pick up this, which is 30% reduced damage from crits, with the mastery of 20%, so that's 50% reduced crits. And this mastery here is 30%. That's 80% reduced crits. And then you would just need a tattoo 4 ints and you'd be crit immune. Which leaves you with 3, 4, 5 more that you could do curse effect, which would give you 30% curse effect reduction. And then that would be all your int nodes. Right? And then at that point you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You have 10 strength nodes that can be all ignite chance. That's 50% chance to ignite. Oh, wait. And then you have these 3. You have 13, so that's 65% chance to ignite on the tree from tattoos. I think there's more actually. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 times 5 is 50. That's 75% chance to ignite. Yeah, I think that would probably max ignite you. I don't, because I think base ignite chance is 25%, but I'm not 100%. I'd have to look at it. Yeah. So the plus to 10 strength when you override it, let's say to ignite chance, right? Instead of it giving you strength, it now gives you chance to ignite. Right. But the only reason this works is because we run the Elegant Hubris with Casperio to pick up Supreme Ostentations or whatever, Ostentation. So you don't have to have attribute requirements anymore. So you could tattoo everything and you don't have to worry about it. This is what I would shoot for. This is where, like I said, this is expensive, Z. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you this. This is stupid expensive. We're positive 2 points, or we're positive 1 point for doing this. Basically, with this setup, you get an extra jewel socket, basically. Like I said, as you level, you can pick up these 2 jewels as well. That gives us our ignite chance. So then if we swap for ignite here, we swap for ignite here, and we can kind of keep this one if you want. For now, because it's 50% Ellie, it's pretty nice. You could technically drop these 4 points for a cluster as well, which we could technically do. This is kind of like what you'd be looking like. So we have 5 points to work with at this point, because you were at 113 to begin with. So you can get basically these 2 points back. Then you have 3 points that you'd put over here. And then we would tattoo for crit. How many did we need? We had what? 20, 50, 80. We need 4, I think. Cat is driving me up the fucking wall. Hate it when we have to lock him in this bedroom. So crit. 2, 3, 4, and then the rest can be. Where is? You can also do. I mean, you don't need a shock action. Never mind. Forgot about that one. Protected curses. So boom, boom, boom. At some point, you could drop this wheel as well, or this wheel down here for more clusters. That's a later problem. This is kind of like what you'd be looking like, Z. Right? You have an open gem here, you have an open gem here. One of them can be your Watcher's Eye. One of them can be almost anything else. But with this, go into calculations, we'll go to your on explosion. You have 70% chance to ignite. So you're not quite 100% here, but you have the flask, you're at 100%. Welcome back, welcome back. So we can help you with making money, Z. Like I said, I showed you that one tree, and I'll explain to you a little bit more on how to make some money. Pretty easy. Are you back from the ad though? Okay, you are back. Yeah. So with this, Kurt! Holy fuck! Yeah. So we would have to change a flask. I have to let him out. I can't deal with this. Oh. Jesus Christ. I spent 2 hours listening to this cat constantly meow in my fucking face, clawing at my door. I can't do it, dude. Can't fucking do it. Jesus Christ. Oh, all right, Z. So you'd have to change one of your flasks. So I would probably change your amethyst because you don't need the movement speed. Like if we're talking like real talk, like 10% extra movement speed. If you're trying to zoom, cool, it makes sense. But and you don't need the reduced effective shock either because you have Tempest Shield. You can't be shocked. So I mean, if you had to change any of them, you can change your Basalt or your Ruby because you can't be ignited and you can't be shocked. So you need neither one of those. So change one of those out for. Oh my god. Do I have one? Oh my other character. Phasing's nice. But no, you need the flask itself, hero, that she has, which is not a phasing flask, right? These aren't phasing flasks, right? So she needs the basalt for the armor. She needs the ruby for the max fire res. But for the suffix, she can change. The suffix is what I'm talking about. And you need this one. It's so this is exactly what you're looking for. Flagellant's Ruby Flask of Infliction. I'll show you in a second here. You need this because what it does is the Flagellant's gives you the gain 3 charges when you're hit by an enemy. And then the Infliction is the percentage chance to freeze, shock, or ignite during effect. So as long as your flask is on, you have over a 30% chance, a 30% or higher chance to ignite on the flask, you'll have a 100% chance to ignite after refunding all of those ignite, nodes on your tree. So you still have a 100% chance to ignite, and you don't have to think about it ever again. So that is what you would be shooting for your flask. I'll just make you a ruby really quick, just to make it easy. And then this, at least 30%. Add to build, change, ruby. There you go. So that will put you to 100% ignite chance. Exactly. And then, is there a way to calculate the crit immune? I think you have to manually calculate that yourself. Yeah, I think you have to manually calculate the crit immune, but I'm pretty sure this is exactly 100% crit immune. And then the curse effectiveness, I said you got 30%, 60, 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. You need 60 more. That can also be on a flask. So we'll make you a basalt really quick. And you need 60%. right? Is it 60? No, it's 70%. I don't think you can go to 70. But, you know, get a pretty high one. You won't have a complete 100% immune to curses. But I mean, over 50% is really what you're shooting for, because that puts you like 80% reduction. So basically, if you get temp chained, or if you get enfeebled, or if you get flammability or elemental weakness, it doesn't really affect you all that much. And that's why you want the curse effect. So I'll put that in as well. And that's basically what you're shooting for, Z. And this isn't cheap, right? But it gives you a goal. This gives you a kind of midterm goal. Like I said, getting the Watcher's Eye in place, getting, you know, your jewels back in place. This requires you, this doesn't require any levels actually. And as you level, you can then get a nether cluster. And we can look more towards maybe large voices, right? Where it won't take you very many points, but you can get a bunch of jewels in them and stuff. That's a stupid expensive. But this is expensive, but doable, right? It's not like we threw in a mage blood for 200 divines or anything like that. It's not like we didn't change your gear. Your gear is still the same. Like, we haven't upgraded it. We haven't changed it. We haven't tried to make it any better or worse. I will say though, you did lose some damage, which is kind of surprising. But I mean, it makes sense because you lost HP, you lost damage here, you lost damage here, you lost damage here. But your jewels, because now you have 3 jewels to work with. If we put in a Watcher's Eye, and like I said, I don't really want to make like a really expensive Watcher's Eye here. But this is what you would be shooting for in general. You start with that one, and then you end up with this one on top of that. This is something that you would throw in at some point. Right. This fixes your regen, brings up your life a little bit more. Damage. We're trying to get back to 300k damage. But then you have 3 open jewel slots, and that's where you're just... You're looking for max life. And these don't have to be perfect, but these are the 2 main stats you're looking for, which are the expensive ones. But if you get them as yellows, they're not too terrible. And then you can add extra stats to these to make them even stronger. But you put those in. I feel like you're kind of at a net neutral. Probably actually lose a little bit of damage doing this. This one's mine. I'm like, what the fuck? Because you're at like 300k RF damage with yours. Like I said, doing this is like what you're shooting for, but at the same time, like, it's as you can see, like, you lost damage doing everything that I would typically do for in game. But it's because there's things that are missing, right? I didn't calculate certain things. I didn't change certain things. I didn't upgrade your gear at all for it to stack further. Right? Like, you went from 298 to 288. So you lost 3k dot damage from your RF. But you gained... I wouldn't say gained much of anything, if I'm being completely honest. It sounds dumb, right? Your effective hit pull changed significantly, right? Um, so that's all on. That's all on. I don't think anything else is configured different. Oh, we forgot to put the sandstand. Wait, where's your sandstand? What happened to your sand stance? Oh, you're changing things, aren't you? Because you're missing your shield. Yeah, it's in your shield. So you did change your shield, and that's kind of throwing things off a little bit. What's in your shield again? What'd you end up putting in your shield? Because this is different. Because the POB doesn't know how to load the shield. Yeah. The POB doesn't know how to load the shield. I'm just gonna put the rise back in, like a standard rise of the Phoenix. But I need to know what's in it, because right now you still have summon skitterbots, unbound ailments with scorching ray. Yeah. So I'm assuming you have Tempest Shield, Flesh and Stone. And did you leave Vitality in there? Yeah, I know what you have, Z. I know what you have, but I'm asking, what did you put in it? Like what sockets? What did you socket into it? Because like I said, the POB doesn't recognize that item. Because I haven't updated it, I don't think. I don't know why. Oh my god. Yeah, you haven't changed anything, but what was it? Because it removed it. I don't know what it is. Like what it was before. Is it Vitality? Did you leave Vitality in it? Okay, thank you. All right, so this is okay. This is what you had before, actually. So I could have just taken it from this one. I didn't realize this one wasn't changed. Okay, so look at the effective hit pool difference here. Just this alone, look at the effective hit pool. Z. Like I said, you lose like 30 something K DPS. But look at your hit pool difference. Exactly, hero. Exactly. I didn't change any pieces of gear. Only thing I changed out was curse effect. And then I got the freeze immunity here, right? And then I tattooed everything. This is where a lot of her survivability came from, was this crit immune. The crit immune is fucking huge. Being crit immune is why this went up 400,000. I don't think you guys understand how important being crit immune is. Hey, rocking brass dome, right? Oh, you have other problems then. Like I said, that's why hers went up 400K, is because of the crit immune. So you have a 100% chance to ignite. You have crit immunity, so your survivability went up tenfold. 400,000. I don't even know how many fucking folds that is. That was a lot. Your regen is about the same. Your armor's about the same, a little bit more. Your reses are about the same. Now, like I said, I can fix the res. I can make it 90, 90, 90, which brings your defense up a little bit higher. Your reservation. I haven't tinkered with the reservation because we haven't. I don't know what the 30% would be. I'd have to really fiddle with that. Yeah, I'll give you a starting point in a second here, Z. Like I said, you will lose a little bit of damage. I cannot argue that in any way, shape, or form, right? You will lose a little bit of damage. Now, with that in mind, though, when we do make this swap, you do have to change some things. Like I said, vitality will have to go to a level 1. It'll have to get moved off of your shield. Your Scorching Ray will have to come off, obviously. And that's where you can put the vitality. Level 1 vitality in here. Get rid of it. And then you can put your Malevolence here. Right? And then as long as it's the shield that has the it is RF hero. It's Righteous Fire the whole time. So that's the swap you would make there. And then yeah, you swap the conk effect. Right? So we're looking good. Right? With this change, like I'm liking where you're at. Think you're good? Yeah, I see that. I saw the area node difference. So I like this. I think you're good. I think this change alone is good. Obviously, like I'm not even gonna go into gear because gear gets really expensive and it gets really complicated really fast. That would take us even more hours to do. So we're already dealing with this for like an hour. Calf, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I just chilling in my Discord and I didn't even realize it. So with all of that in mind, if I was you and I had to make some sort of a starting point, Z, obviously I would mess with my gems first, right? So you bought the shield, so I would change my gems around, right? I would buy a level 20 Malevolence or 21 Malevolence if you can. And I'd put that in my shield. And like I said, I would tinker with these, right? Because Tempest Shield and Flesh and Stone are probably the best two to put in here because those are 25% each. And then Summon Skitterbots is 35%, but it gets boosted by the support gem. So it's still going to cost you a little bit. But that should be, I'm hoping, crossing fingers, we can maybe we can test it. Hold on. All right. Okay, that was not what I meant to do. Trying to put the 30% reservation on here, but and work out the way I wanted it to. If I do this, it like cucks all your life. Okay, never mind. Hoping that would test it. So I think it'll work. I think you'll be able to get it on, but tinker with that first. Tinker with that first. Get that correct. Get the level 1 vitality because you don't need level 20 anymore. Right? Like I said, you will lose a little bit of life regen from that, which is fine. But move the vitality where the Scorching Ray was on your weapon. Make sure it's not linked to anything. And then you can put Malevolence in the shield, and hopefully you'll have enough mana, right? Because you shouldn't need actual mana to cast anything because you're on a life tap on everything. That's the first thing I would do. Once your gems are set up, you never have to think about them for, pretty much ever again. After that, I would work towards getting a Watcher's Eye. Getting one of these. Now, start with just the vitality or save for a combo. It's not going to be cheap. Oh. It is while affected. So you would want life recovery rate while affected by vitality. And then you want, I guess there's recovery rate while affected by malevolence too. That would be insane. Damage over time multi while affected by malevolence. Like I said, 20 div. This would be your next chase item. Now, that seems out of range. I get it. I understand. You have 2 div and 500 C. 20 div seems out of range. But, hear me out. If you get the T16 maps, which I'm pretty sure you're working your way there if you're not already there, you take this that I sent you before, right? You have, you go into the mercenaries, maybe make money from the mercenaries or whatever. This alone should make you money. This alone should make you money. Because if you run this on Cage, you will drop stuff worth money. Like I said, if you get a scrying orb and you sell it for 450 C, if you drop because if you actually take the top one up here, we have a chance for them to be Elder Shaper maps. Like, you can make money off of this. I wouldn't recommend grabbing this to start with, because you're not going to have enough points to grab it. But to start with, you know, from here down, right? Don't pick up these last 3 nodes up here, but here down. Pick up this, so you have a chance for scrying orbs. That's 400 plus C every time you drop one. That's almost 2 divs every time you drop one. And then if you drop any scarabs, sell them. If you drop any, you know, raw currencies, you get them. If you get an actual, you know, a couple decent mercs, sell them. You will make money. And then every time you pop altars, look for like scarab duplication, map duplication. Because if you drop a nightmare map, those sell for like 50 to 100 C, sometimes over a divine. If you drop a tier 16.5 map, which is what these ones are, I recommend these 2 nodes, if anything, because it gives you chances to get 16.5 maps. Those drop for, you know, 50 to 2 divine, like 50 C to 2 divines as well. Those are really, really lucrative maps. You sell the maps instead of running them. And then you're looking for like currency duplication, div card duplicate. You're looking for those duplication nodes when these altars pop. Just don't take nodes that are gonna kill you. So if it's like reduced life recovery per endurance charge, don't take it even if it has a good positive, because you're going to die. If it reduces your chaos res, you're going to die. You know, if it does anything along those lines that's going to cuck your defenses, just ignore it. No matter what the good positive is, if it has that negative, ignore it. Wait. This is still going on the one you sent me? Not the one you're looking? What are you talking about? This is your old one. What you were. And this is the one I like tinkered with and like edited. I haven't even saved this one yet. The Atlas? That was my Atlas. Z. That was my Atlas. This is the one I sent you. The only thing I would change on this Atlas is instead of these 3 points here, I would take these 2 points here. That's the only thing I would change on this Atlas, because this is just going to drop you Shaper and Elder maps, which you can sell for good money. But this drops you 16.5 maps more often, and that's much better. In my opinion, it's more consistent. It's much easier. 16.5 maps are very, very, very necessary. Yeah. So this is the one I sent you, and this is, like I said, this one's perfectly acceptable. The only, actually, I do take that back. I don't personally like this node, but you can take it if you want. I don't really care. Test it. If you like it, use it. If
you don't like it, remove it. It doesn't matter. I don't typically pick it up. And then I'm curious on that node there. What does that node do? Oh, yeah. Don't take that. Don't take that. Okay. Okay, there is some change I would do to this then. I didn't notice that node. This node here is going to kill you every once in a while. You're going to get into a map, you're going to be going, and it's going to pick up a random node somewhere that's going to kill you. Whether it randomly picks up like monsters have more HP and you're just never able to kill something, or one of these random nodes that like I don't even know, like something in one of the mercenaries that might kill you. I don't think there's no node regen in here, but basically what the node does, and it's not terrible. It's just every once in a while it can cuck you. It grabs 5 unallocated notables from this tree, right? So, for example, if I'm running ultimatums, it could grab this and kill me. It could fail my ultimatum because of this, right? If I'm running Blight, it could grab this one that always makes me lose, right? So, it's not that it's a bad thing. It's good, but it can occasionally screw you over. Because it's going to grab something random. Like, it can grab good things like these. It can grab this. It can grab things over here. But if it picks up an Abyss node and you don't have Abyss in the map, it does nothing, right? It could pick up any one of these nodes, and there's so many to choose from. The odds are in your favor. It's not going to hit something that's going to screw you over. But it can. So, I mean, if you want to just roll the dice, like, it's literally like a 1 in 1,000 chance it hits something that's going to screw you over. Maybe 1 in 2,000 chance. It's very rare, but it's the most easiest path to get up. I would say screw it and just grab this if I'm being honest, because the odds are in your favor that it's not going to screw you over. That is true. That is true. That's what killed me. Destructive play killed me before. That sucked. Destructive play fucked me over once or twice. And I mean, it's whatever, honestly, but honestly, Z, just take it. If you run into a map that fucks you, just leave. Like, maps are so easy to come by. There's no reason to like go out of your way to spend more points to get up, right? Because if you don't take this, right? Because the thing is, you want this, but they're on the other side too, right? But you also don't want the rarity. Like, in my opinion, you don't want the rarity. Like, you could go the rarity side if you want, and you can hunt for more uniques and stuff like that. True, yes. But if you don't go through the middle, you're gonna lack getting 16s, like tier 16 maps or 16.5s, and you don't want to go around because that's even more points, right? I mean, it's not more points. Technically, it's less points. 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you do save 2 points, but these are just scarab nodes, and these you're now losing what, 10, 15, 20% chance for them to be a higher tier map, and then 10% chance for the or 5% chance for the boss to drop one as well. Like, it's just better just to go through the middle. You're not wrong, Edge. It is 5. So yeah, it's probably 1 in like 200 chance. Well, the reason I say 1 in 5, Edge, is because, or 1 in like 1,000, is because there's so many nodes, and yes, it picks 5 of them, but there's very few that should screw her over. Very few. Most of them aren't going to affect her in any way, because it's like, it's going to pick up things like that aren't even in her map, right? Get Marty. Yeah, that is a possibility as well. Yep. Like I said, it could really screw you over. It could really help you, but it could really screw you over. But it is what it is. That's all I would really tinker with. Let me give you this so we don't forget. That should give you a decent. Like I said, you do technically lose damage with that setup, Z. But I don't think your damage is really the problem right now. Your damage fix is gonna come from your items, right? Getting a nebulous, which actually is a very cheap upgrade you could get over this. I'm actually curious if how much a nebulous would actually increase your damage. Let's grab one really quick. I want to get rid of this node. I broke it. Shit. Hold on. I broke it. Don't mind me. I just don't want it to have this elemental damage mod. And I don't know how to fix it. You know what? I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Yep, that works. Whatever. All right, save that. All right. So what does that do for damage? Oh yeah. So this nebulous Z, ad's gonna start in a minute. It's about 100k damage increase. So that is an easy purchase, and you can get even better ones, but the cheapest one for 8% is really cheap. Tennessee, like that's a no-brainer. 10C for a huge damage increase. And if you want to like scroll a little bit and look for anything that's like burn damage, ele damage, fire damage, you know, anything that's going to give you some extra damage, like you can scroll a little bit and you can look. Yeah, increase damage per frenzy charge. Like that's something. That's at least 9% damage when you have your endurance charge or frenzy charges. I'm gonna wait for the ad to be over, and then we can talk more. All right, I want to get into some stuff. What do you want to do, Edge?
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
You want to level? You want to join me? Because I think you can get XP from my ultimatum even if you're not in it. Can we test it? Don't actually go into the ultimatum with me. Don't actually go into it. Stand off to the side and see if you gain XP from me killing the mobs inside of it. That's all I'm curious on. Really hard to kill things when they're not attacking me. Yeah, you have a lot of points to go.
One loss is nothing to be ashamed
I can show you a few things to help you out. The hardest part is getting the points from the T16s or like the red tier maps, honestly. Because they have to be valed, so they have to be corrupted. They have to be yellow and corrupted, so it kind of gets a little annoying trying to do those ones. Your single target's pretty nice. I like your archer's single target. Look at all these frozen people, bro. I can't even kill them because they're not hitting me. They're all frozen. That's insane. It's so good. Edge, that's so cool. I love it. All right, hold on. Oh god, that's gonna fuck you over. Sorry. It's so good, bro. It's so much better than what it was. The KS? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, the other guy. Wait, did you hit the... Why did you hit the thingy? Why you do this to me? Where's the dude? It was a whoopsie. All right, stay away. Stay away. Just want to see if you get XP. You didn't stay away. I don't know. You're too close, so I'm not really killing anything. But you also got to stay somewhat close. I think you're actually in it, Edge, because it prompted like as if like it was a two-person thing. Like, look at the thing down here. Look at the bottom. It like showed me a number next to it. Okay, yeah. You were in it. All right, now that you're out of it, are you still getting XP? Like, watch your number. My number's like flickering like crazy. All right, that's sick. That's sick. I can get you so much XP from these. I can get you a ridiculous amount. Oh, that's actually bad. That's a really bad one to hit. No flasks. Woo. Can't block. All right, we're gonna end this one early because the can't block will kill us. So we're just gonna end this one early. So we can actually hella level you with these. We don't even have to full clear the map's Edge. All we have to do is we can zone in on a white map. It doesn't even really matter what it is. I'm gonna alk it anyway, just so you can clear the map while I'm doing it, or you know, you can do stuff, make some more money and XP and stuff. But if I use the scarabs that give ultimatums even more XP, can get him some pretty easy levels without trying. What level is it? I think it's like 70 something. 85. It's pretty solid. But I've been wanting to use the scarabs on these maps. Yeah, more levels is always good. All right, so okay, so these ones, we get more XP, and then this one. Oh, is it? Interesting. Each mine, 4% increased damage taken to enemies. Oh, shit. Okay. That's insane. That's insane. Okay, so let's split this. I'm pretty sure you can double up on those. And this. Yeah, okay, that's crazy. Let me... Elk. Max res? Yeah, fuck it. Bucket with a bucket. Last for 3 more, which is 12 more. Yeah, that's crazy. All right. So the gist is just stay away from the rituals. I'll run the rituals. To get you XP. If I run into a spot where it's like a single guy and I can't kill it, you can come in and kill it for me. But stay far enough away to where it doesn't suck you in. Both. Because I was saying, like, I just want to get you XP. So the ritual will give you a more XP. You were way too close. Okay, cool. Ritual will give you a ton of XP. And so will Ultimatum. I might look at the ritual ones because I think the ritual one might have increased XP as well. Like a thing for that. This song is supreme. Yeah, bro. Fucking. Oh, yeah. Hero, you wanted me to look at your build too, right? Oh, FYI, any guy that has a Soul Eater is like the bane of my build. Once again. Can you link it to me so I can take a look at it in a second here? Sorry, Edge isn't gonna stay up for very long. So it might take me a little while, but we'll get to it eventually. We're gonna kill this guy. If he actually hits me. Can you hit me? Can you hit me? Attack me, please. Hello, sir. I'm right here. Yeah, the thing is, like, we're not trying to buy maps. We're not trying to do anything crazy. We just kind of want to play and hang out and kind of, you know, smack stuff. We're still testing, like, what we like, what we don't like, what we want to do, things like that. Oh, is he still alive? Bro, get back here. Attack me. Attack me. Fucking asshole. Why does it have to be an archer that doesn't want to fight me? Just fight me. Jesus. Alright. I'm gonna go do the ultimatum. If you want to stay in it, you can try, Edge. There's nothing wrong with that. Evasive enemies? Yeah. Edge, do you get a choice? Like, can you actually choose? Run back over so you get XP. Just stay a little bit away so they don't chase you, because if they chase you, they're not fighting me. I'm 1.8 cage! It's nuts, hero. It's fucking nuts. It's crazy. Actually crazy. I want to make sure I stay in the middle, because those big guys like to push me around. Yeah, it has minus max res, yeah. That's what I said. It's like, oh, minus 12 max res, but then that ends up at like 15 or something. Yeah, minus 16 max res. So my not my damage per se, but my survivability is a little lower than it normally is for that reason. So I'm sitting at like 69 max res. So this is gonna get really rippy. I might have to stop it soon because of the negative res. Oh no, it does. It makes a massive difference. Hero. A massive difference. I kind of don't want to take this because I think it'll kill me. But fuck it.
Spring night's madness. Your potential remains.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's not 90, it's not minus to my actual res. It's minus to my maximum res. So if I have 90% max res, it's now 68% or 70% max res. All right. A little sad. I should have just stopped because I knew that chaos would kill me. I'm not like super giga chatted yet. But what do you think about the hero, the build hero? It's a build that was brought up to me last week, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds interesting," and I wanted to give it a shot. And it, like the more I looked at it off stream, the more I wanted to try it. Yeah, it's Wave of Conviction of Tarthus. I've never seen an actual Abyssal Depths this league, so that's interesting. No. So the Wave of Conviction Tarthus version, it does it in a 360. It literally shoots it in a 360 around you that expands and then contracts. So it goes out and then it comes back to me. Really cool. The fuck? Yeah, it's sick. You see how you watch it, it goes out and then it comes back in. You see how it goes all the way out to here and then it comes back in? God, he hits hard. He hits so slow, it's actually really hard for my build to fight him. Yeah, that's kind of how I was, Aston. I had a Death's Oath that I was tinkering with, and I have my Cast on Stun RF that I really love. And then we were talking about the Block Glad, and I was like, you know what? I'm enjoying farming Ultimatum. Why don't we just try another Ultimatum build? It's actually nuts. Like, on such a low budget, like I'm not even exaggerating. If you league started this, and you picked this up, farmed in this, these are two stupid cheap. This is relatively cheap as well. And you farmed to get one of these, and then you farmed, you got yourself a Cloak of Flame to start with like an Immortal Flesh. That's like kind of like budget starter gear, right? If you got that stuff to start with, and then you farmed to get your flask set up, then you farmed to get the Doppelganger, and then you actually got some, you kept the yellows and you just upgraded your yellows, and then eventually you farm for your Mage Blood at that point. Once you get your Mage Blood, you get your flask set up, then you eventually make your swap to your Nebulous, and you just start cooking. Yeah, that guy was super fucking tanky. What the fuck? He didn't drop jack shit, though. The fuck is that shit? How do we get out of here? He didn't drop jack all. It's just like the stuff you need for this character to like start working is so minimal. It's all about his ascendancy, honestly. The fact that his build starts ramping because of his ascendancy is actually wild. That's not actually the boss. Okay, I was so confused. I haven't been in an Abyssal Depth since I reworked it this league. He hasn't. Okay, I was gonna say, he hasn't hit me yet. Can you hit me? Whatever. I'm just gonna fucking stand here. Sorry if you can't see anything, Edge. T45 sushi, you be cooking, mate. I cannot bring myself to touch sushi. Nail 49, hell yeah. I think I'm still stuck at 48. Congrats, that's huge. Congratulations. Bro, so the one thing about this build is if you do want to play it, whatever you do, do not try to clear your Atlas with it. You can do any other content in the game other than kill bosses. Never try to kill a boss with it. Ever. No, Edge! My damage! My damage! Bro, he just healed. No. This is not worth my time at this point. I cannot kill him. Look, he heals. I can't kill him. How many portals did you use? Jesus Christ! Hey, stop dying! I already left, Edge. I already left. That guy's not worth my time. Like I said, he's not, my character's not meant to kill bosses at all. Even this Wildwood is rough, right? Not meant to kill uniques. Meant to do ultimatum. Literally what it's meant to do. I do here and there. I personally don't really like ritual. I have ritual in the Atlas just for the extra mobs. And depending on what mobs get put in the ritual, I don't know what just killed me. Cool. Well, I can't go back in that map. Have fun, Edge. Anyway, it's mostly like if there's a good mob that gets put in there, I like to refight it or whatever. But like I said, since I am on like super budget gear and shit, I gotta be careful like what I go up against a little bit, or I'm just gonna randomly pop every once in a while. It's to be expected since I don't have like a mage blood, right? I don't have my Watcher's Eye that they want me to have and things like that. I also don't have crit reduction on this build at all, and I'm working towards it. I need 2 more points. I could just refund 2 points and just get it. I think that's what's killing me is I don't have crit immunity. And he gets crit immunity in other ways, but I'm thinking about getting crit immunity in my traditional route. Maybe I just drop an endurance charge for crit immunity almost, or I just drop this. I don't know. I kind of want to drop something for it, but I can just get 2 more levels and I'll be fine. You have fun in there, Edge. I'm gonna go do stuff. It takes too long. Not worth my time. It really isn't. I could run so many more maps and so many more ultimatums than fighting a single boss with this build. The amount of XP I make from Ultimatum is just wild. If I don't die, obviously. Last couple times I've died. It's just my gear is not quite where it needs to be, so it does get a little hectic here and there. But no, I typically don't actually look at the ritual because I don't typically run it. I just kill the mobs that are in front of it. I can. I should. I'm lazy. I've been having fun just speed running to the ultimatum and killing the ultimatum, honestly. I'm mostly just testing the build right now. I'm tinkering with things. I'm trying things out. I'm seeing what I like, what I would change. Because I don't like following people's builds to the exact letter. Personally. Like, I don't mind taking the, information from it, learning it, and doing what they say to start with, but then like just taking my own experience from other versions of Cast on Stuns, I like to make it more my own and more my playstyle. Because like I said, like before, when I help other people out, it's like everybody has their own playstyle, everybody has their own ideas of like what they want to do, their own like if you want a boss, if you want to kill hard monsters, what kind of league specific content are you trying to get into? Like all that stuff changes person to person, and it changes the way your build is set up because of that. So yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too, is like if you want to play more of like a solo self-bound kind of arc style, even if you're playing in standard or whatever, there's nothing wrong with that. Right. There was an idea I was doing one league where I had a few friends, and I had I had a stupid idea. We were kind of bored and we were like, all right, what should we do to have some fun? And the thought was we start a character, right? And the first jewel that drops, obviously if it's like an aura or a support, like that doesn't really count. So it had to be like more like a, what's it called, like an active skill, more or less. So like one of the first active skills you get, you have to make a build. So if you have to make a new character to make a build, that's fine, because like the hard part is like if you started as like a witch and you got a slam skill, like it doesn't make sense, right? So the idea was like whatever skill you got, you remade a character if you had to, and you made a build with it. But we were doing it on Ruthless. It was interesting, to say the least. I don't think we got past Act 4 because one of the guys I was playing with, just literally, not even exaggerating, could not live for more than 2.5 seconds in the piety fight, and he kept healing her. I think he died over 100 times. I almost killed her like 5 times. But every time I'd get her low, he'd zone in and he'd die. He'd zone in and then he'd die. And at that point, did you go into the boss for... Ed, you keep bricking all my shit, bro! Stop it! Can you zone out over here? Like, not out of the map, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. If you're already in the boss fight, fight the boss. I just wanted to do the ultimatum. I don't fight the boss. Yeah, it was crazy, Hero. We were doing fine when we never finished it. Oh, you couldn't leave? Damn, that sucks. You zone back in and stand outside the ultimatum if you want for the XP. So you know, Edge, obviously I'm yelling and I'm over exaggerating. Yeah, I'm dropping you one over here. Obviously I'm over exaggerating, don't worry about it. I don't go into the boss room because the boss doesn't spawn until you go in there, so the altars are non-boss related. And like I said, what? Huh? Huh? I looked away and I died. What killed me? Can someone clip that? What buff did that have? What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? What happened? Get dead. Like, no shit. What the fuck was that? I looked away to read chat and I was like, wait, I died? The fuck killed me? The hell was that? Oh, oh, oh. What the fuck killed me? Did I pick can't block? Please tell me, did I click the can't block? Are you gonna do it, Edge? What hit me? I'm over exaggerating. What happened here? So yeah, it wasn't can't block. I'm so confused what happens here. What? Do you know what the odds are of that killing me? Do you have any idea what the odds are of that actually killing me? Bro. It's probably less than 1% Edge. Because they would have to one hit me. It would have to hit me for more than almost 2,000 hit like damage in a single hit. Because not only do I have like almost 2,000 HP, I have Petrified Blood, which reduces that damage taken, and it has to not be blocked. Dude, the odds of that actually killing me are so fucking insane. That's crazy. POE 2 roulette? Oh god. Every time when a new row of gyms open, oh my god. Oh, you went gemling? It could have been a crit. That's what I'm saying. So in theory, it could have crit me, which would have one-shotted me, even through the Petrified Blood. So if everything aligned just right and it was actually a crit that hit me, it would have had to have been like a big hit. It would have had to have been like over like a 10k crit or something like that. It would have had to have been over like a 10k crit, if not higher. And I would have not have blocked it. That's basically what it would have boiled down to. That's crazy. Was not expecting that. Holy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, but at the end of the day, I mean, that's the nature of the build. It's very tanky. You do survive through almost anything, but it has a very small potential of just getting insta-gibbed. It happens. Like, if you go and watch the guy that the build is inspired from, that, you know, kind of made it popular, I guess, and brought it to its, you know, fruition, I guess you would call it. He has videos on it of like him doing the content and everything else, and at the end of the day, it basically boils down to like, it's pretty rare, but it does still happen, even with like Giga Chad gear, right? It just depends on the mods that are on the map, the altars you pick up, the mods that roll on the ultimatum itself, what kind of ultimatum it ultimately is, like whether it's a survive, a kill them all, stand-in things, like all of those little tiny factors. Like there's so many variations that, you know, the mobs that spawn can be a big difference too. What's actually attacking you. The map mods, all sorts of things. Alright, that Wildwood guy can suck it. But anyway. Oh, Abyss. But I mean, it's pretty reliable to that extent, I guess. I kind of don't even want to pick up altars while doing this, because since I am kind of generically geared, it does kind of get me killed every once in a while. And the problem is that ultimatum, even if I had crit immunity, the one I'm going to pick up, it could still crit me. On that first hit could have hit me and still crit and killed me. And the reason I say that is because the way it works is it says, can't be crit if been stunned recently. And I was standing there for a while and I hadn't been hit. So, in theory, it could have still crit me and killed me. But as long as I don't get crit on the very first hit out of their mouth, I should be fine. Oh, anyway, but what I was saying is the guy that like kind of made the build or made it popular or whatever, he has like a counter on one of his streams that I was watching. Like how many like ultimatums he's done, how many he's succeeded, and how many he died in. And like, you know, I would say out of 20, he probably died a handful of times. It just happens. All right, this is one that I'm worried about. I kind of want to test it, see if it kills me. The reduced regen shouldn't be a problem since I have the razor. But I don't know. Because a lot of my sustain is my regen that I have. I need crit immune to actually be able to do this, I think. I think without crit immunity getting into these, I think I'll just randomly keep dying. I'll randomly just get insta-gibbed by a crit. Oh! That was scary! Yeah, see, this is about the time where I start to struggle with this build. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here because if I don't have flasks, I get really fucked. You know what? We'll go for it. I just want the XP. No flasks really sucks. Because I lose my max res. As long as I don't get chaos on top of that, I think I'll be okay. But I lose my max res. Whoa! Whoa! That's scary! That's scary! Oh god! Oh, and there's a soul eater in here. There's a soul eater in here. I think... Oh. You know what? Fuck it. We're going for it! Hewler! Hewler! You helping? You're pulling the soul eater off of me? The soul eater, bro. The soul eater is the worst. Because there's so many mobs that I'm killing. He just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then on top of that, I spawn zombies. And those zombies feed him even more. Trying to stay out of the lightning things. He killed you. Bro, he's fucking huge. I think I killed him. I think I got a pop and I killed him. All right, we're not gonna take this one. I'm just gonna take the reward at this point. That chaos will kill us without our flask. That's actually really nice, Aston. All right. You want to do these rituals? Edge. I mean, I can do them and you can leech it if you want. All right, what do we got? 20 chaos. Okay. Have to see if that's worth anything. Face breaker into something else. 20 chaos. I don't think that's worth anything. I don't think that's worth anything. Oh, this has the wildwood, dude, bro. Stop pushing me. Welcome back, Z. I did not, Z. I didn't change it because that was what, when I loaded it, what you had put in. So it loaded with the conch effect that you had input, that you put in there. So that's why there's a level 1. So you can upgrade that. Don't worry about that. Wait, there's there one at the beginning I missed? Hold on. Yeah, there's one further. Hold on. I don't think you need to worry about the links. If I remember correctly, Z, before the reason we weren't linking something was because if you did arrogance on vitality, you didn't want arrogance to touch anything else. But if you just run vitality, not arrogance, you'll be fine. Just run a level 1 vitality. So when you get your, because you don't technically need vitality at all until you get the Watcher's Eye. Once you have the Watcher's Eye, then you can put level 1 vitality on. You just have an open socket until then, so why not just put it on and just leave it at level 1? At least you get something from it. Yeah, malevolence can be linked to whatever. Because you want to put it in your shield, Z. And if it's in the shield with Tempest Shield and what else is in there? There's a red one. Flesh and Stone. They can all be linked. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't need to be linked. Malevolence is fine, like as a standalone. Oh, I ran past one. I didn't even see that one. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. The only thing I could say is if you do like chromatic your shield, if you get a blue, put malevolence in it. The other two don't need to have colors. Early, yeah, that's what I figured. Bricking your... No, you didn't brick my map because I mean I just wanted to yell at you for it because the altars don't spawn boss variations as long as you don't go in that room. But I'd already cleared the whole map, so there was no brick to be had anyway. Guy has to be infested. Like, why does he have to be double infested? So annoying. Yeah, so as long as it has the double like the flow of life and burning bright, the other things on it don't matter. Like extra life is fine, extra, you know, res is fine. You know, it doesn't really matter what the other stat is. The only thing that would be literally like a dead stat would be something like mana regen, strength and dex, like any of those. Those would all be dead stats, but anything else is fine. Just put it in and it's fine. You want to come in here and kill these if you can? I don't know if you can, but you can try. It's just these 2 guys left. That's what I was saying before, Edge. Like, when you're standing outside, when I get it narrowed down to like 1 or 2, like, just Giga Chads to kill, if you want to zone in and kill them because you have single target potential and I don't, you're more than welcome to just join in and just beat the boss's ass. I can't kill the boss. I would literally be stuck in there. Woohoo! What is that? I don't know what that is, but it's scary. How'd you not get hurt? Where are you? Like a fly or stinging thing or something. I think I hit it. If I did, I don't know where it went. Slapped the shit out of where I thought it was. It's still. Where'd it go? I got it. Whew. Sorry about that, guys. That was terrifying. Oh, almost had a damn heart attack. Okay, I'm gonna start this one. I think I sucked you in, Edge. That was terrifying. I was sitting here and something hit me in the hand, like a solid thunk. I'm like, what the fuck was that? I looked down, it was like flying insect bug thing. And it didn't look like a fly. But it didn't really look like a wasp or anything either. It was too small. I had no idea what the fuck it was. So, like, it crawled onto my desk and it was just sitting there next to my mouse pad, just chilling. I don't know what it was. Let me Google Junebug. No, it wasn't one of those. It was skinny, like a bee, like a wasp. You know how like the wasps are like long and skinny-ish, like comparatively to like their length to width. No, it wasn't a stink bug. It literally reminded me of a fly, but with like a sting butt, right? Because you know how like the bees have like the little hooked booty, like their booty like curves downward, just like ants curve downward to like pee on you or sting you or whatever the fuck. That's what it reminded me of. It was too big to be an ant. Like I've seen flying ants and I've seen big ants. And what the hell? Who hooked me up? Who hooked me up? Hold on. Let me pull this up. Shit. Who was this? Who did it? Who that hoe? I got too many things that are popping up. Addison, oh, you hit me up on the YouTube. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was generous of you. Anyway, so that thing was like chilling, so I started to smush it. And he crawled out. And I'm like, how did you just crawl out after I smushed you? And then he's crawled across my keyboard. And I fucking smacked the piss out of him. And then he was crawling around on my floor. I'm like, bro, how are you still the fuck alive? So I vacuumed him. But anyway, Ed, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. I'll catch you tomorrow. See you. Bye. Thank you. How do you like the interesting, I occasionally pop and die build? But other than the occasional random poppage, it's pretty fun. It's pretty enjoyable. Kind of like it. Different. I'd like to know how it feels when they actually put like currency
Like
into
cup
it,
of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
but we'll see. I gotta pee. Can't see anything. What? Oh yeah, bro, you can't see fucking jack all. It's screen blinding. But anyway, have a good one, Edge. I'll talk to you later, man. See you. Move, cat. You're so annoying. Chair. All right. So now that Edge is asleep, it's kind of like why I was like playing a little bit, guys, taking my time. Oh. In cage. Okay, so for the scry, if you take this node here, Z, the one at the top, the div card one, you read it, it says your map has a 4% chance to drop a scrying orb on completion. Basically just means if you have this, when you kill the boss, there's a 4% chance he'll drop the orb. If he drops the orb, you sell it. That's it. It's that simple. You're already going in and killing him anyway, maybe. If you don't want to kill the boss, you don't have to, but he's an easy boss. Especially for your build, because he'll spawn a bunch of ads that are easy to kill. And if you get one pop on an ad with the ignite spread, he dies right when he comes out of his phase. It's instant kill. So it's a very easy boss fight for you too. And then you combo that with altars. And then after X amount of runs, you'll drop a searing invite, and you can sell the searing invite as well. This thing, another 150, 160C. You can sell this as well. Oh, struggle button. There's also where this one, Polar. And then every other will be this one, which is only like 5C. But this one you can use, you can just throw them away, leave them on the ground, sell them to other people. It's whatever. That's gonna make you 5C. So you look at this counter. It's like it starts at 0. Up 28 clears. So every 28 maps you'll get a big invite. Every 14, a 14 you'll get a small. Another 14 you'll get a big. 14 you'll get a small. 14 you'll get a big. 14 small and big, small, big. So every 28 maps you can sell that 150C, and then in that 28 maps you should get a couple scrying orbs, and then those are like 400 or 500C each. That's just where all your money's gonna come from. It's so easy. It's super simple. I feel like I can run these. As long as it's not like no block or no flasks. I think I can run these. This is a freeze. Life recovery. Reduced. Oh, this double? Oh, it doubled. Okay. I have to look at these. So exchange, want, runic. Vendor refresh currency? What the hell is that? Okay, that's worthless. Approaching darkness. I'm pretty sure those are worth nothing. Yeah, 2 of them for 1C. It's like not really worth it. So I can sell both of these together. Then we got Facebreaker into what is that? So 2C, no, not worth it. And then this one's Penance. Wow, I typed that completely wrong. One C, yeah. So once again, not worth it. So none of these are worth anything.
Greetings.
We can run the 20C ones. These ones we gotta, where are they? I guess they're going in my random tab. Okay. If we make 20C off of each one of these. It's marked. It's at the top. See this right here. It's at the top. These 3 points. The div cards. So I don't hate the fact, Z, that you took this to get across. Because it saves you a single point. I will say, as you get more points, just grab these 3 and then refund these 2 points. Because you want the explicit mods anyway. And this only saves you a single point since you're right here anyway. I'm saying it's good to save you a single point. It's great because you need to save points at somewhere, and that saves you a point for now, right? And then once you get a couple more points, you can, refund that. Not a big deal. Curious though, how many points do you have? If you hover over this, it'll tell you what you're missing. Your Atlas should be 100 out of 100. Your unique map should be 10 out of 10 because there's a lot of really easy unique maps. Your Maven invitations, you should be to like 5 once you've done the storyline. Your pinnacle bosses, you're probably lacking in those because you gotta do Maven and stuff like that still. $118? Or not too bad. Which one are you missing from? Because the nightmare ones, they're not too terrible. I can show you a way to run them easily, and you shouldn't have too much of a problem running them. Other than just don't stand in certain things and you'll be fine. I'm really tanky, so they're easy for me. I don't know how tanky you are in comparison, so. But if you're not 100 out of 100 on your Atlas, work on that. If you don't have 10 out of 10 uniques, work on that. If your Maven isn't at least 5 out of 11, work on that. And then the Nightmares I can show you how to do, and then the Pinnacles, that will just come with time. You might need to get a carry for some of the Pinnacles. Because the Maven fight specifically is very hard for the build. Alright, before we do this, let's do... actually... Move these over. I gotta buy more of these anyway. What do you mean, which ones you're missing? Which uniques you're missing? Or which Pinnacles you're missing? Or which one? Because the uniques are just on here, right? So like if you look, like I'm missing this one. Yeah, it's like there's nothing here, but I've done this one, I've done this one, I've done this one, I've done that one, I've done that one, I've done that one. I haven't done this one, this one, this one. I did that one. I didn't do this one. Didn't do that one. I did that one. Right? Like you can just see if they're blank, you haven't done them. If you've done them, they're filled in. If you go to your G, press G and you come here, go to top left and you go to Control G. You scroll down here, it'll tell you what you're at. And it'll just hover over it. It'll just say Atlas objectives, 100 out of 100. Unique maps, 10 out of 10. Nightmare maps, 2 out of 5. Invitations, 5 out of 11. Pinnacle, Eldritch bosses, 12 out of 12. Like it just gives you the numbers here. This way you know like how many more unique maps you need to run, how many more nightmares you need to run, how many more invitations you need to run, how many more pinnacles you need to do. Now the Maven invitations you can actually get done pretty easily, because if you look at the Maven one here, these are the 6 I'm missing. So you see how like they're in blue? So in order to do those, I have to do a Maven, like influence, right? I have to click this Maven button, and I have to go into the Hydra map, the Minotaur map, the Phoenix map, and the Chimera map. If I do all 4 of those Maven influenced, I will get a Maven invitation for the formed or whatever, and I'll run that formed, and I'll get a point. Same thing with like the Twisted, same thing with Forgotten, and so on and so forth. You have to influence each one of those types of maps specifically to get an invite for it. And then once you have the invite for it, then you can run it. Okay, so you're missing 2 maps, like regular maps. You're missing 5 uniques, 5 nightmares, 6 of the Mavens, and 2 of the Eldritch bosses. So I'm assuming the 2 you're missing is probably Shaper and Elder. I want to say this is Elder. I could be wrong. You're probably missing this. Oh, that was right. I need the Abominable Force. I need to just go and buy one. These stuns are insane when I'm trying to run. It's fine when I'm in a map and I'm just trying to kill things, but when I'm in here and I'm trying to actually run from stone to stone, it's really obnoxious. I can't move. Yeah, I could easily make 10C by selling this to somebody else. Or I can just run it and make 20. Is it 20 is not a lot? 20C is not a lot? I can't move. Jesus. 20C is not a lot, but it's just easy. Walking. I need to get Abominable Force, bro. This is crazy. I should not run these without Abominable Force. This is awful. I'm gonna hold on to the other one because trying to move in these things, that Abominable Force is impossible. Alright, so I will show you something, Z, that'll make, oh, that hurt. Some of the maps a little easier for you. You can use a 2 scarabs. So when it comes to the nightmare maps, since you can't like edit them, they're always going to be like like rare, like, you know, yellow quality, like lots of mods. They can be very scary. So since you can't really do anything about it, what you do is you use 2 scarabs to fix it. You use the Sinistral and the Dextral. They're right here. One of them says the prefixes have no effect, and the other one says that the suffixes have no effect. So it basically completely scours the map and makes the map basically a white map with no mods on it. So it simplifies the map significantly. You can actually run the nightmare map, and all you have to do is be able to kill the boss, basically, because with no mods, it's not scary. So you rock both of those in combination with the nightmare map, and it makes it very easy to kill. And that's how you can get your 5 nightmare maps very easily. You know, just toss them in. I think one is right here, one is here, then you got one here, and then here and here. They random, okay, so when you have your stones, you read the what they say. At the bottom, it says tier 16 map drops. Maps dropped in areas have a 0.4% chance to become a nightmare map. So that one gives you 0.4, and this one gives you 0.4. So 0.8. When you get the other ones, it gives you another 0.4 and 0.4. So if you kill the Shaper, Elder kind of combo thing, you'll get this one, and this one will give you another 0.4. They also give other things like the top part. It just says maps have 25% chance to have Shaper Elder influence. This one is drop astrolades. This one is additional downsides as well as upsides for your altars. And then when you get this one, they have a chance to drop chisels. But this, you know, so you have to do all of them eventually, but each one of them gives a stacking buff. This one requires you to actually kill Maven, and that's the one you're probably going to need to buy a carry from a friend. But either way. That's the easiest way to get your nightmares done. Like I said, you can buy nightmares. They're not particularly expensive. Like 36C. Or like I said, you can just drop them in your maps. I mean, shit, you can just have a few for mine if you want them. Yeah, so you can drop them. It's just when a map drops, like a tier 16 map drops, it has a 0.8% chance to drop as a nightmare. And then there is a diminishing return on that in your maps. So if you drop a nightmare map, your next nightmare map drop in that map is 100% harder. So it basically, every time you drop a nightmare map, it makes the next, like if you were to drop a second, it'd be twice as hard to drop your second, and it'd be twice as hard to drop a third. Like 3 times as hard or 4 times as hard, right? Every subsequent map drop makes the next map harder to drop. For nightmares specifically. You'll still drop a ton of 16s, you'll still drop 16.5s, but the nightmares have diminishing returns on how often they can drop. Like how many can drop in a map.
My head still hurts.
Go on then, coward. Run away.
Making a
You surprised me.
So hopefully that helped. Like I said, that should be able to get you 5 of your nightmare maps for 5 points. Obviously, find the 2 regular maps that you're missing and get those 2 maps done as well. So that'll be 7 points. Maybe try and work towards a Shaper fight, or just buy the Shaper invitations and try and do a Shaper fight. I honestly don't know how easy that will be for your build, if I'm being completely honest, because you don't have a lot of single target damage. You got a little over 1 million single target damage, which isn't nothing, but it's not a ton either. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt, obviously. You can try it. There's no reason why you can't try it. If you don't know the fight, watch the fight a bunch before. Yeah, if you have friends that are willing to carry you, let them do it, because it's just easier if they do it, because they know how to do it and they have a build to do it. You don't have a build to boss. RF is not meant to boss. If you want a bossing build, or if you want to do your Atlas, like 100% Atlas and kill Uber bosses, you don't play RF. Right? You can, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't Uber with RF. What I'm saying is that it's not very efficient. The amount of time it takes you to kill the bosses, you know what I mean? And the effectiveness, like the experience you need in the fight to stay alive, to avoid the mechanics and stuff, is relatively high. Of course, can't block. Like, alright. Another bricked one. Bro, with how often they say you're not supposed to find that, I find it a lot. But anyway, if you're experienced enough and you're experienced at the boss fight and you're experienced with your build and you're very good gamer, I would say, like you're very good reaction time and you're precise, so on and so forth, that you can easily do it on the build. It just takes forever. It's like me trying to boss on this guy. Like, it takes 45 minutes to kill a single boss. It's not worth my time. Better just ask someone for a carry. Pay him a divine just to carry you through a boss fight that they're already like gonna kill anyway. Alright, might as well just run these in. I'm getting pretty close to another level, and that should give us pretty, not a guarantee crit reduction, but a pretty close to guarantee crit reduction. Like I said, the only downside to this crit reduction that I'm getting is the very first hit could technically crit and kill us still. As long as I don't get crit on the first hit, we should be safe from crits. Then I need to get elemental focus or elemental overload, so I can actually get some decent extra damage out of this build. It's not terrible. It's lacking a bit of damage. I don't know if it's just lack of chance to bleed for our explosions, or maybe a lack of fire conversion. Could be either. Yo, Hero, do you want to see, and Z, do you guys want to, oh, you guys are an ad. I'll wait for the ad to be over. Hey, we got a pop in there somewhere. Look at those big explosions popping up occasionally. Get rid of his healing stones. Yo, that guy healed so much. What the fuck just happened? Let's pick up. There we go. That should really help with crit immunity. Like I said, next is going to be elemental overload. Actually, I can't even grab that right now, can I? Oh, I can. I need 2 points though. That kind of sucks. We also need stone for abominable force. We don't really need it, right? 1D, let's go! That's huge, Z. That's huge. Making that money. Let's go. Congrats.
Don't sn- Guess it's time to play it spying.
But yeah, getting the other crit immunities is actually safer because it doesn't rely upon me taking a stun first. So if there's any downtime, I can technically take a crit on the very first hit and still die. Just like that fireball did to me. Like that fireball one-hitter quitter. A possibility still. But much less likely. Alright, so I think what we're gonna do here, I think we need to add Ignite's spread to our gloves. Like our gloves aren't great or anything, but I think Ignite's spread are gonna really help us. Also, this helmet here, Z, is the helmet you need for your fire trap. Not with these stats, but you need this base. If you want me to buy this and just give it to you so you have a base to work on, you can. I can. If not, you know, you're just gonna have to buy a good crafted one. But this is the base you're looking for your fire trap specifically. Also, Hero, did you want me to look at your build now that I'm free? Box of the Bramble at the check. Ballard also bad. Alright, I'm just gonna re-roll because he's taking too long. How'd I even look at that? Look at what? Are you talking about these? Sorry, Z, I know you're busy. It's fine. I know you're busy. You're like in the map. I don't want to like take away from it. It's just it's a cheap base. I just was gonna give it to you if you wanted it. It's the Arc Demon Crown. It's the base helmet that you want for the fire trap because it gives +2 to the socketed level of the gem, but it reduces the support gems. So it's got a negative effect, but really good for the fire trap specifically. I also give you this too. You can have both of these. They're bases. If you want to tinker with crafting, you can tinker with those. Close enough. The build? Wait. Oh, do you you gave me I just need your top of your name. So if you go to your trade, I think. Maybe? I thought there was an easy place to find it. But if you go to the trade site, I think you can see it there. I need your account name. So you know how Z's is this? Like whatever pound the numbers, like mine is, you know, yeah right kid, pound 6622. Yeah, that. Pretty sure you gave me that before, right? Yeah, okay. And then you're still on the Marauder? Holy, how many characters? Which character are we looking at? We looking at the Jug? Bro, how many characters are you gonna make? Holy shit. That's crazy. Too many characters. How many characters? Alright, so what exactly are we looking at here? I remember this is like the slam build, right? I don't like this node specifically, but it's fine. I mean, it's 30% damage. It's not terrible. The only reason I don't like it is because increased crit chance with stabs and chance to gain endurance charge on melee crit. You can't crit. With this. So that's the only reason why I say like that I don't like. Now, I will say with the added caveat is getting to 100% hit chance isn't hard without this. You just need a little bit of accuracy and it's pretty simple. Like something like this where it gives 15% increased accuracy, you get a little accuracy a couple other places and you know your accuracy capped. You're fine. Not saying it's the best option, but it just allows for you to scale your damage more because then you can actually crit and you can take effect of like crit multi and stuff. But let's see. So you have 700 leech, so you have something. All right, hold on. We need to configure. You have endurance charges, correct? I mean, supposedly. I don't know how you're generating them. How are you generating your endurance charges? From hits. What do you mean? With this? You're not critting. It does never deal crit strikes. So how are you generating them? Oh, never mind. You're a jug. I didn't see you were a jug. Okay. Never mind. Okay. You should have one, two. Oh, yeah, so you don't have this one. Okay. See you a sec. All right. So you have endurance charges. In theory, you should have power charges if you're blocking. What's your block? You have relatively bad block, but we won't calculate the power charges because that's not consistent. Doesn't look like you're using life tap. I don't know if any of this else applies to you. We'll leave you in stance or in stone stance. So anyway, so you have like 700 leech. You have like 800 regen. You have 80 something max res. 25k armor. And you have no crit reduction. Not that I see. Oh wait, you said you had brass dome. Okay, never mind. Never mind. You do. So you have that. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. So you have flask, granite. Let's just toss on your granite, quicksilver, sulfur. This one's not. Oh, it's a 2 charge. Okay, I was gonna say not a 3 charge. Okay, so you're good on those. You have a life flask. Random jewel. Pretty low tier belt. Ugh. Not a bad ring. I mean, obviously not a great ring, but not a bad ring. I like the amount of life. I like that it has a little bit of all res on it rather than no res at all. Well, I mean, it has the double like high res. But I like the added fizz damage attacks. I do like that. Same thing with this one. So I like the rings. They're tolerable. Like, I'm not gonna say they're bad rings, but I'm not gonna say they're like god tier rings either. Damage over time for your bleed. Added fizz to attacks. Added lightning to attacks. I don't know how I feel about the Ellie on attacks. Like, cause you had some on your ring too. You have the lightning on hit, and then you have the lightning on hit up here as well. So not terrible. The amulet could definitely be changed out quite a bit because the increased fire damage, unless you're igniting, doesn't really matter. And then, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the lightning damage. Honestly, I don't like rarity, me personally, but everybody's different. So if you want the rarity, take what you got. What I would do here is you're gonna have another influence on these hero. You have the life regen from the eater, but you can also do searing on this as well. And searing can give you another thing. It can either give you some reses. It can give you I think a max res roll as well. A couple other miscellaneous things. So if you want to go and look at the elder or the searing exerts implicits that you can get from the embers, you can kind of scroll through and see what it can give you on the boots. But that's something you can add to this. But double res, movement speed, life, not a bad pair of boots. Chance to maim on hit. Okay, not too terrible. His damage over time multi, pretty solid. His damage to attacks, life, double roll, armor, sure. Not a huge fan of armor stacking unless you're like over 100,000 armor, which you're pretty close. 43k is pretty insane. But your block is relatively low. Right. You don't have any, like, your HP is low. I think that's one of the reasons why your effective hit pool is so low. You only have 3,800. You want to get closer to 5k life. Maybe a little bit more reses if you can afford them. Right. Because you have 87, 84, 84. But fizz taken as an element would be very helpful for you for survivability purposes. Getting a little bit more regen or leech. Because the problem is leech doesn't really calculate into effective hit pool all that much. Since it doesn't know how much you're leeching. I mean, it kind of can guess based off of your average damage and whatnot. But anyways, same thing with your helmet and your gloves. Oh, your gloves have double, but your helmet can have another implicit as well. So you have fizz damage from hits taken as lightning, which is fine. Preferably with you having 87 fire res and only 84 lightning res. If you rolled that to fizz taken as fire, would be better. And then the other one is fire damage taken recouped as life would be huge for you. Because every fizz damage you take would do damage to you as fire, and that fire would get recouped to you. A percentage of that fire would get recouped to you, and if you do get hit with fire, you're recouping part of that as well. That would help you with your effective hit pool significantly. And then your weapon, got a base block chance of 25 on the weapon. Okay. Low fizz roll. You got only a 22% fizz roll with dot multi, added fizz, attack speed, crit chance. Once again, the crit chance and the accuracy mean nothing to you on this weapon since your resolute technique. Yeah, but it's not for your build. That's the problem. It's a crit build. This is a crit staff. And you're rocking resolute techniques. Like you need the hit chance to fix that. You need accuracy. But what I'm saying is like, it's expensive because it has that crit roll. See that 31% crit chance? It puts that crit chance of the weapon at a base of 10.48, which then gets, that's the base of all the calculations for your crit going forward. So if you get increased crit chance anywhere on your build, right? Right here, increase the melee crit chance, it's based off of the 10% of your weapon rather than a normal 8%. So this the crit roll on the weapons are a local crit roll, which increases the local crit chance of the weapon, and your crit chance is based off of what your weapon's crit is. Unless it's the spell, then that's different. But for melee skills, it's based off of the crit chance on your weapon. Your weapon is a 10.48, so you have a base crit chance of 10%, so all the increasements to crit chance are based off of 10% instead of like the 8 or 7% of other weapons. So this is a crit-based weapon, but you can't even take effect of the crit base because your resolute technique. No. I mean, it technically increases from the base of 5, but it's whatever the weapon base is, right? If we were to look at a judgment staff, right? So let's just look at staffs. And we were to look at like a judgment staff. I guess you have a war staff. Yeah. So a judgment staff is a base of 8. Right. So with the crit roll, right? So if we come in here and we increase crit chance, right? See how it goes 9.9. We roll this up, it goes all the way to 11. Even at the base, it goes to 8.8. It increases the base roll of the actual weapon, which then changes your crit chance, your overall effective crit chance on the build significantly. Compared to if you were to get global crit, because global crit does nothing locally. It does it generically to the account, which isn't as strong unless you have a base crit, right? If you do global crit to an 8%, it does much less than doing a global crit to a 10% or an 11%. Make sense? Because global is just like getting on the tree where it says, hey, what's my base? Multiply my base by this additive multiplier, right? So if I have 100% global critical strike multiplier, right, it's going to be like, okay, my global critical strike chance is 10, and I have 100% increased chance, that's 20%, right? But if I had 100% chance to increase it, and I only had an 8%, it'd be 16. So I'm missing out on a whole 4%. Like I said, in order to fully take effect of this expensive weapon, you need to get accuracy. And then your damage is going to skyrocket, right? So if we take this off and we pick up something like this, because it gives you more like increased accuracy rating. I don't even know how to build accuracy, honestly. I never play accuracy builds. Yeah, crit chance, accuracy, crit chance, accuracy. So something like this brings you to 63%. Honestly, I would almost do that. Lose some HP. Like, you need HP, but I'd almost lose some HP on your build just to do that. Just trying to find you some accuracy, honestly. Because what does this do? Because, I mean, you could do, like, this. I mean, you could do this. This, because this would get, even at level 100, you still net 300 accuracy rating. This pretty solid, I think, as well. We'd have to calculate this one, so we'd have to go configure, and I'd have to say close range. Yeah. So 78% crit chance at this point. Get your HP. I know. I'm trying to keep your points like the same. I think I actually spent more points than I took away, because I took these 3, put these 3, but then I put in these 4 points. Which means you'd have to drop like these 4 points to get back to where you were. I mean, you could do something like this. Fizz damage with 2-handed weapons. This would give you damage, and then there's an accuracy wheel right here. This wouldn't be bad either. So you get a little bit of accuracy, you get crit multi. Because when you're building accuracy, you're building crit, right? I don't know how to get your to 100% accuracy though. I really don't. I almost want to like take you up and across, because this is an insane node. Because this node gives you dex, which dex gives you stuff. It gives you 10% increased accuracy. Ignore armor penalties, so your movement speed is a little bit better, and then you get increased attack speed. You don't really need attack speed, but I don't really know how to give you more accuracy. I'm really bad at accuracy stacking. I feel like at that point you would want to drop this and get this. So I feel like you could drop this, grab this, and you're hit capped at that point. And then you have an effective crit chance of 22%, which then you could like take effect of maybe dropping your Quicksilver for a crit flask, like a diamond flask. For you, if you're gonna go crit, you can actually take effect of the chance to gain flash charge when you deal a crit instead of when you get hit. So you can take effect of this, the 35% chance when you crit. And then this one, you could do almost anything you want, honestly. Attack damage leaches life is not too terrible. If you need some immunities or something, you could do that. I mean, yeah, I probably would just do attack leeches life. I don't know what you have right now. You have more movement speed. Honestly, I don't really like the movement speed for melee build, because I mean, I don't know. I feel like you're slamming anyway. You're going to be using your movement skill more than anything instead of running. But you do something like this instead of the Quicksilver. You put this in. Your crit chance goes up to like 32%. It's nothing insane, but your damage has gone up significantly. I think you're at like 150k total bleed damage. Now you're almost 200k. I feel like something like that would be good. Your EHP is always going to suck. But this transition here is really good. Right, I wonder if you can actually drop accuracy nodes. Like, can I drop this? Ooh, not really. What if we dropped this? You can still, okay, you can drop this, but the problem is this is crit multi and crit chance. Like, this is really strong for you. It gives you a lot of crit, and it gives you crit multi. It's really strong. But this is basically where you were when we got to the build. So, like, making those few changes, you can get off of Resolute Technique, still be hit capped, and take effect of the actual crit on your weapon. Not much of a damage increase, but it does lower your total life a little bit and your leech a little bit. But like something like that could work for you. I don't think it's too terrible. Like, do you need this? And you need that. You probably don't need this, FYI. I mean, you might actually. It costs more. I mean, I don't know. I think there's other ways to go about that, but you could also pick up increased crit chance against bleeding targets. That could be really good for you. So, get more crit chance that way. Bro, there's so many ways to go about this. Like I said, take what I say with a grain of salt. But that's just that way I look at it. But I think it's like it seems decent. I'm just looking at what we got here. So if we were to take melee off, melee fizz supposedly is the best. Supposedly cruelty is better than less duration, but I feel like you want less duration so your explosion happens faster, right? Also, running brutality means all of that lightning damage that you have added on your skills or on your abilities or whatever on your gear is doing nothing. Just an FYI. Also, personally, I'm not a huge fan of Fist of War because it does provide a lot of damage, but it can only happen every so many seconds. Right, and if you're sitting there smacking things over and over and over again, you're only going to get a big hit every once in a while. Like I said, it does show that it is the higher DPS, but I personally don't really care for it. And then same thing with validity here, right? More max hit, but less minimum. Gives it bigger ranges. But if you have lucky hits, that makes more sense. But with this, I think Ruthless is your better bet. Yeah, it's every like 1.8 seconds. So, I mean, if you slam once and then you wait 1.8 seconds and slam again, okay, it makes sense. But if you're sitting there, if you slam and then you're just constantly smack, 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 you're not doing big hits every time. You're doing these like random small hits, and then you're doing a big hit, and then you're doing these random small hits, and then you're doing this big hit. Ruthless, at least if you're sitting there smacking them over and over and over again in the face, it does a big hit every third hit. So you jump in, you get the one big hit from your Fist of War, and then your second hit does like nothing comparatively, and then your third hit will be a Ruthless hit. And then you get a first hit, second hit, Ruthless hit. And if they line up where your Ruthless and your Fist of War go off at the same time, you can get a massive like double dip, like huge big hit. Versus Validity just having that bigger range. Like I said, it makes your max hit go up, but it makes your minimum hit also go down. So instead of having like a window between like 100 and 200 damage, you now have a window between 50 and 250. So it can be much better, but it can also be much worse. I personally like more consistency, and I think Ruthless is better for that. But like I said, everybody's got their own personal preference. I think Ruthless is better personally. Just because, like I said, it's more consistent. You get 3 hits. Every 3 hits, you get a big hit. I think is more consistent than like you just smacking him and hoping for a big hit. So anyway, take that with a grain of salt. That's all I really see. Like I said, there are some upgrades to be made on your gear. Like I said, I personally would either look for a different staff that's not crit based, that's more just raw fizz based. Maybe it does like increased block on it or something. So because if you're trying to get block just for survivability, then you know, this plus accuracy and plus crit is doing nothing for that variation. Also, when it comes to your other gear, like I said, get another implicit on this, get another implicit on this, and then get rid of these like plus the fire percent, the plus the lightning on attacks. Like get new rings and amulets that are more in line with fizz damage only. You know, better belt for sure. A lot more HP. It's in like you can just the belt can be 1,000 times better than this. So that's what I would look into. Maybe getting more leech would make you some more survivability, but like getting more HP, getting more leech, all that should help. Z, where are you? So I can give you these items.
Hello. Farewell.
That's fine. When you get out, can you come to my hideout? So I can give you these. It's not terrible. 4 for 7. You run it, you make 7C. It's not really worth my time, but Valor. Okay. Let's move meta. Alright. Let's drop these off. Alright, so what do we got? We got tier 0, tier 0, tier 0, tier wait. Alright, so we got 4 tier 1s, 3 tier 0. Then we got this one. I can run it or I can sell it. I don't really care either way. Oh man. Alright, while I wait, I am gonna run my map. And I can just come out when you're ready. Oh, okay. That was fast. I wasn't expecting you to be done that fast. Did I somehow switch this to Elder? Oh, bitch. He died to the Merc, no! Oh, you're not. I was gonna say, your Mercs are too strong, yeah. That happens. Welcome back. Yeah, so going that heavy into Mercs, Z, would require you to have a little bit more survivability. Because they're gonna slap. They're gonna slap hard, right? So I feel like you probably won't be able to go super hard into the Mercs like you are until maybe you make that swap that I was talking about. To get your, because you're not crit reduced right now, right? You either need to get a few more levels to get those points into the crit reduction ones. So you can get to like 80% crit reduction. Because that's probably what's killing you. Is you're probably getting hit by those guys and you're probably getting a crit and you're just dying. Plus, if you were to get an even better shield than what you have. So in theory, if we're talking like super expensive, right? I didn't go this route because of how expensive it would be. If you got a +5 max fire res yellow shield with mana reservation reduction and life on block, that shield would help significantly, right? Because the problem is you have Rise of the Phoenix with glancing blows. So every time you block, which is often, you are still taking 65% of that hit. So you're still taking damage from it. It is a good damage reduction and survivability bonus to you. But if you don't have a life on block, so every time you block, you heal from it, you're still taking a lot of damage. Oh, yeah, more ads? Okay, cool. I don't remember what I was saying, but I'll just start over about your Mercs, right? With how you went heavy into Mercs, you're gonna need more survivability to fight them. Step one would be getting your crit nodes on your tree that I was telling you about. So first one is this mastery point here for 20% or 30% reduction. And then you needed to revamp this direction, right? At least 1 point, like down, right? To pick up this plus the mastery, so that's 5 points. If you pick up this will put you to 80% crit reduction. That alone will make you so much tankier. It's unreal. But what I was saying is after that, like other than the tattoos, right? Picking up that timeless jewel to be able to tattoo to get to 100% crit reduction. Other than that, the only thing you could really do, and I was talking, the reason I didn't like put it into POB is because how expensive it would cost. Is an even better shield than the one you just bought is a yellow, right? Because the reason you want the Rise of the Phoenix, and the only reason you want the Rise of the Phoenix, is because it gives you +5 to max res. And it has a little bit of regen on it. That's literally all you care about on it, right? So with that in mind, you can get +5 to max res on a yellow shield. Granted, you have to get 2 different mods to be able to hit +5, but you can do it. So with that in mind, you could rock a yellow with +5 to that. And the yellow shields can be rolled with 30% reservation efficiency, which is exactly what you have now, right? But now it's on a yellow shield. So you can have even more mods. And the mods that you're missing is 5% life when you block, right? And the reason for this is because you have glancing blows, right? Glancing blows is awesome. It gets you to 75 block, and that block is huge for you. It's a huge survivability. You take a lot less damage when you block, and your survivability goes through the roof because you're blocking. But since you're glancing blows, you're still taking 65% of that damage. So it's not as much of a damage reduction as it seems, even though you're blocking 75% of everything that's coming at you. You're still taking 65% of the damage. So if we do the math, it's roughly a 30% damage reduction ish. 20 something, 30%. Well, we'll overestimate at 30%. Right? So if that's the case, then you need something to counter the fact that you're still taking damage. And that's why the percentage life when you block is an insane mod. If you have the crit reduction and you go to a yellow shield with the same mods that I just said, I don't think you'll die. Pretty much ever. Like I showed, like the thing I sent you already had almost 500,000 EHP survivability, which is huge, right? Massive tank. And still pretty respectable DPS numbers. Now, nothing crazy. It was like 400,000 RF damage. Still, you know, chump numbers. But I just got fucking insta-gib from something. I don't even know what killed me. That was crazy. Fucking got insta-gib. Hate dying like that. It's just like, it's so annoying that I'm just like, chill, dead. It's like, I don't know what I took that insta-gib me. I'm wondering if it's just the plus the high tier like fire dudes or something. I don't know. Something I'm picking up is just fucking slapping. Like I know some of those mods were kind of like stacking. It just sucks because I'm getting these inscribes to proc, and it's kind of nice getting those inscribes to proc. It's just annoying that I'm not being able to complete it. So I'm thinking about removing the going to 13 because I don't think I can actually go to 13. Very reliable. Why am I on Eater? Okay, why is it on Eater? I didn't want to change it to Eater. I changed it last time. So did that make sense to you, Z? Like the what I explained? Or help in any way, shape, or form? Because, like I said, I can show you the shield I'm talking about. This is step 1. Plus 3 to max fire res, plus 2 to max all res. This also gives you plus 2 to max chaos res, which is really cool. And then you get the life when you block. Right? 12 div. I can show you in a second, Z. So that's that. And then, like I said, the something like this. Did that not roll? Oh, you can't roll all. Okay, so with that, I guess you can't have all 4 of those. So I didn't realize they're all suffixes. So you wouldn't be able to rock probably the +2 or the +3. One of these you wouldn't be able to rock. So you would have to come up with 2 extra fire res, which that's fine. But this is kind of like something like this is what you would end up with. This is a good shield. Right, not this one specifically, but 30 reservation, so you can still get your auras on. +3 to max fire res, so you lose 2 max fire res, but you get 5% life on block. Massive. Now you'd want it on something like this, like a crescent tower. For the extra life and stuff, and then hopefully you roll like this is for a totem build. This is why this is so expensive. +1 to totem, so you can spawn 4 totems. This is the new meta this league. So, I mean, that's something you could think about as well. But more life on the shield would be great. Stuff like that. That's kind of like what you're looking for. So, for you though, did you get hit with another ad? Oh yeah, no, that's my Spotify in the background. See, sorry. I'm cheap and I don't have premium Spotify. And I've been very lazy and I haven't got another method of playing my RuneScape music. I wanted to download it all and just play it locally so I don't have ads, but I don't know of like a legit location to download it without having to pay to download it, right? Because I could download it from Spotify, but I'm pretty sure I'd have to have the premium version to do that. I could, get it from YouTube, but once again, I feel like that's weird that I have to use like a program to be able to download it or something. Like, there's a lot of weird things about it, so I don't know. Anyway. Oh yeah. So there is the side ads that play. They're like not in front of your face ads. They're like the side ads or whatever you want to call them. But anyway, to fix your problem right here and now, Z, you have to refund some points. Right? So if I was to pull your character up, like I said, you have to refund some points. And if it was me, I would take a damage hit for survivability every time, right? So you need 1 point for this, and at minimum, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need 6 points total. I would refund these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you take the area effect, so you lose some radius, you lose some damage, you lose some damage, you lose a little bit of ignite chance here, you lose a little bit of life, and you gain the 50% crit immune here, and you gain the 20% down here, or the 30% down here. So you get 80% crit immunity. And then this just gives you a little extra armor and stuff, which is helpful. This preps you for the next 2 points to transition from going up here, right? Because you can drop both of these points too, right? And then put them down here instead. So if you want, remove these 3 points, put them here, then remove these 4 points, and then put them in here. Right? That fixes that. The only and then like I said, you do need 1 more point to go here. So that's kind of annoying, but okay. Back. Something like that. Right? So you're at 115 points. Okay. So remove these 3 points. Yeah. So remove these 3 and put these 3 in. So you did that one, right? We're good? I can move on? Okay. Now remove these 3 and these 2. So 5 points. So you should have nothing up here. Okay. Now it doesn't matter if you come from the top or the bottom, they're both the same. They're literally both the same. So this is armor, energy shield, armor, energy shield. Doesn't matter. But you take these 3 points to pick up Sanctum of Thought and the Mastery for crit reduction. So 20% reduced crit. That gives you 50% reduced crit damage. Right there. You have 1 point left over. And you take the armor mastery down here for another 30% reduced crit damage. This gives you 80% right now, but it does take away, like I said, a little bit of HP and a little bit of your damage. And then I would try that out. So annoying that I need to just update this. It doesn't allow me to put those shields in place. Just come get some from me. How many do you need? Also, you don't even need regrets, Z. You know the gold you have? Go talk to Faustus, the guy that you sell stuff to, and just click on the respecialization button and you can refund points for gold. I still think I would want to start. So I don't know. I'm really torn. I could league start this character, but I think I would have to league start him as a different build and then convert him at level 90 or 95 into this when I start farming ultimatums, right? But I think I'd have to play a different version. Like I'd have to play it as a different like build until I finished my Atlas. There's no way I speed farm my Atlas and kill bosses with this build. Can't kill bosses with the build, let alone like how long it would take me to clear my maps. It would just take so long because I have to wait for them to actually hit me. And with like, I run to a group and then I'm like standing there. I'm like, okay, attack me. Okay, come on, attack me. I'm just like standing there waiting. Not really worth the effort. It's great for ultimatums because there's so many mobs in like a small area. You're just guaranteed to just get smacked constantly. So you're just spamming all your skills.
Will you wash clean the marks of
What? I thought that was no blocker, bro. I was gonna be pissed. I was like, bro, the first thing is can't block. Why? I think what killed us in the last time is I had this. I had the caustic ground degen, and I had the other degen, the physical degen on top of that.
stray too far and find
So it was like a twofer here. Way too much degen in one small spot. And then I had like the fire guys that were like, "Brrr, big fire, brrr, big fire." Dude, the choking chaos damage is rough. Having 63 chaos rose, kind of scary. Bro, level 4 caustic. Why? Stop fucking me over, please. This sucks. I don't know if this might kill us. For science. Woo! HP dipped. Almost died. That was scary. Reduce regenerate. That might kill us. That's scary. Oh! I want it. I'm being greedy. I'm being greedy. Oh! I leveled though. Oh my god. The greed. The greed. The greed is real. Jesus, that was some greed, bro. So you know the guy in your hideout that you sell stuff to? That you manage your selling and your currency exchange of Faustus or whatever his name is? He has an option when you talk to him, instead of like manage shop or currency, it says respecialization. No! What the shit? Almost degen to death again. Degen is insane. Let's pick up that. Roll. Don't know what that is. Waxen Soul? Okay, seriously? Off my screen. 18C, 19C? Okay, I'm down for that. Good, exalts aren't worth jack all anymore. Not to miss. Oh. Are you talking about down here? The armor mastery? Or are you talking about this one, the Sanctum Thought? With the reduced crit mastery?
Greetings.
I feel like these 10 chaos aren't worth my time, honestly. Let's check that. That. 2 of those. Put this in at 18C. Oh man, the 20% max life. Hold on. Max roll 20C. Yeah, put it in for 20C.
Ahoy there! Really? I'll update that.
Yeah. So Sanctum of Thought, and then the Mastery is the you take 20% reduced extra damage from crits. Yeah. And then you do the same thing down in your Juggernaut for the Mastery nodes for 20% or 30% reduced extra damage from crits. Do the same thing. All right. Currency exchange. I have this. I want Akil's Prophecy. 4C? 8C? Profit? Are they worth it? Okay. Oh, these are high tier too. 120%. Okay. What does that card even do? Oh, round shield? Eh. Okay. And then need to price check. Ionize something. Ionize Remorse. Once not worth it. Okay. No, that was worth it. See, this is the problem with these. Is they are so many of them that are worth literally nothing.
Go with courage. Greetings. Go with courage.
Like, well, these.
Ahoy there!
Worth it. And this one is Easy Stroll. Literally not worth anything. All right. How much is Enicora's site? Nothing. But if we put a minimum endurance charge, eruption on it, it's still worth 5C. Meh.
Greetings. Go with courage.
All right, we're worried about. All right. Next map. We need to buy. Oh, vulnerability could be one of the reasons why we're getting fucking dicked on. And physical thorns. The rest of it should probably. I have to buy some more ultimate scares.
I should raise my fees. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not saying that's going to fix your problem because they are rippy, and there could be other factors of why they're killing you because there's some of them that are just very rippy, like their skills, their support gems, their gear that they have equipped. Some of them are just very, very grippy. Like, did you open your Valdo's box and get that? Rip! Rip! Yeah, so Valdo's typically sell for good money. Because people want to gamble them, right? They have the potential to give you a map that can reward you a mage blood. Right? So people gamble the Valdoses to get like super expensive maps out of them. You just happen to get one that gave you a 1C item, which kind of sucks. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. You went from selling like a 200C item to making a 1C item. That's why I don't gamble. Gambling's not worth it to me. Not unless it's like a consistency thing. Right? For example, buying a non-corrupted jewel and hitting it with a Val Orb to corrupt it into the same thing, just corrupted. To save myself like 50%. I'm okay with, because it's like a 60 to 70% chance of success. So no matter how I look at it, I should net a profit, or I should save money doing that. That I'm fine with. But something like Valdo's or stacked decks, they're not worth it for me to open myself, because I think it's like 40 or 50 stacked decks is a divine. And yeah, you can open the stacked decks and you can hit apothecaries and make massive money, and people gamble it and they win. That's why they do it, because they always come out positive. But it's just not worth it for me. I'd rather just sell the stacked decks to those people and make my money without gambling, you know, in general. Same with the Valdos. Can you fucking move? I can't move. Alright, no point in taking the last one, because it's not something I want. Whoa, 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 whoa! What the fuck was killing me over there? I ended it. Stop hitting me. That was scary. Alright, now the question is, where am I gonna put this passive one?
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, man,
You
thanks for
look
the
thirsty
hydrate.
as
Actually, I
fuck
need
right
water.
now.
I'll be right back. Let me go get some. Oh, right, got our water. Let's go. All right, welcome back. Z, did you just get into an ad like the second I got back? Fucking ads are unreal. Kind of hoping that it dropped a nightmare map, but where do we put this point? Corrupted blood would be nice because then we can swap this out. We have don't know what to give it though. What do you mean? No, you didn't need to add anything. You just need to run it. You just need to smash the shit out of it and get the scrying orb. Pretty sure that's all I was talking about, right? Mm. I think the rest of this is just like jewels. I just don't know what jewels to get. It's like he gets a Watcher's Eye, Flame and Flesh. Doesn't really get any like regular jewels. So I mean, other than getting, oh yeah, we can work towards Elemental Overload. That's a good idea. Okay. Al can go. It's really all you need to worry about, Z. Just hit it with an Alch Orb. As long as it doesn't hit a negative mod that'll kill you, you should be fine. So Alch it, and then make sure you have the red guy selected, and then just fucking map blast. Just straight up map blast. You'll be fine. Primordial. Use it. Fusings are bad. Primordial. That's worth it. Literally a 1-to-1 ratio. Really? That's it? So 5C to get a primordial jewel? What? So the might is 14, 15. Emissary is 12C. Harmony is 5C. So it's like you're going to net a profit here. Oh, those are worth nothing now. Holy. Okay, what about uncorrupted? Okay, so I mean, bro, that's all profit. I mean, technically, this isn't profit, unless you corrupt it into something good. But the other ones are all profit. That's okay, but it's not really worth anything. Not to me anyway. Okay. Maps. Yeah, just like I'm doing. Z, just hit it with an Alch Orb, look at it, see the stats, be like, oh, that's a resistance, a scour, Alch again. Vulnerability, extra damage is fired. Sure, good enough for me. Plop it in. You could add some scarabs if you want to juice the map a little harder. If you want, you don't have to. Oh. I was hoping they'd have more XP. Not worried about them. Let's pull out these. Yeah, you can throw some scarabs in if you really wanted to add a little extra to it. See? You don't need to, but you can. There's a lot of easy scarabs that you can throw at it. Like you're running mercenaries, which doesn't really help. But if you wanted to like add something simple, right? Like for example, say you wanted to just generically add more magic monsters for more density and just more mobs to kill. You could throw in like 2 of these, right? If you wanted to I'm trying to see if there's something in here that would be like possibly something you'd be wanting to do, right? You can always do, I wouldn't do that actually. Actually you could do that. Something like this, where like divination scarabs. Like you could do something like that. I don't really highlight like these right here of cloister. I think they're not cheap though.
What are we shipping today?
Yeah, they're 1 to 23 chaos. Like these are expensive, so I wouldn't probably wouldn't do that. The divs are probably not really worth it. You could scarab more mercenary stuff, but I think mercenaries are, yeah, they're a little expensive, scarabs was. But you can add abyss, right? You like abyss, right? Abyss is 2C, 2 to 3C, right? Pretty cheap. You can add abyss chasms in your area, spawn 100% increased monsters per fed soul. So like that's another 2C, right? Non-final abyss pits in your creators an area, create an abyss crystal on closing. Don't know what that means, but like that one's only 1C. Don't know areas containing an abyssal depth. I don't know if that one's worth anything or worth running. I mean, you could just literally throw in like one of each of these and just run it, or just like the first like 2 specifically. Yeah, just like this just adds more density to your map for more mobs to kill, right? Like nothing crazy. You can always add blight, you can add breach, right? You can use some of these scarabs here just to add more density for more mobs, for more currency, is all I was getting at. But for the strat that I was talking to you about, literally just alch it. As long as the only reason you alch it, honestly, is because it's at the end of the day, like there's no reason not to alch it, because the currency that will drop from alching it will far outweigh the price of the alchemy orb. That makes sense. There's no reason not to alch it. You'll drop more chaos that will pay for the alchemy orb. And yes, it makes the mercenary harder because the map has mods, and the boss will be harder because yes, it has more mods. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because you're gonna make a lot more currency just from just the organic currency drops. Still to hit you, they're probably fucking beefy. Like I'm not gonna lie, I don't really mess with mercs. Like they're fucking rough. Like I said, you don't have life on block. I mean, you do have a Path to Destiny, which is kind of insane that he's 2-tapping you. So, I don't know. Maybe you're just not, like, the build isn't really meant to merc. I mean, you could just be getting unlucky and be getting, like, some really high-tier mercs, honestly. Because there's certain mercs that just hit really fucking hard. Like, I remember Mercenary League where people were getting like I'm talking Giga Chad builds were getting 1-tapped by mercs. They would spawn it and instantly die. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell the merc things do, honestly. So what does this one do? Allied mercs in your maps Deal 100% more damage against mercs. So you don't even need this one because you don't even have an allied merc. I mean, the 10% one, fine, but this one, you don't have... I mean, this one only matters if you're running Rogue Exiles and you actually beat the Mercenary. So I feel like you don't need that one. Mercenaries found in your map have 30% increased effect of auras from their skills, and they're buffed with a random shrine. Why the fuck do you want to do that? I don't know why you would even do this. What's the point? It makes them fucking harder to kill. Does it make them... It shouldn't make them stronger after you capture them. Like, what? Mercenaries found in your map have 30% increased cooldown recovery rate. Mercenaries found in your map have onslaught. Why? Why even take this? Don't take this wheel. Z, whatever this is, delete this part from the tree. Is that part of the tree that they want you to run? Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. Delete that whole thing. That is dumb. Take this whole line out. Just get rid of it. That's fucking dumb. That's fucking dumb. It makes them so fucking strong, but like, what's the point of them being strong? You just want the loot from them, or you want to sell them. They're not gonna have these buffs when you sell them. Not that I'm aware of. I could be wrong, but I'm 95% sure they're not gonna have those buffs. All right. Then this one is chance to inhabit, chance to oh wait. Chance for mercs found to be infamous. Okay. Infamous. Okay. Infamous. I don't think they take the actual ones. Oh, okay. So if you're looking for a specific one, you could take some of these to specialize in which one you're looking for, right? So if you didn't want archers, right, you could go with this, right? If you didn't want strength-based guys, which I feel like there's not a lot, you mostly want the ent guy, right? So I feel like you could take this one. You could probably take both of these to emphasize on getting intelligence ones. And I don't know which house you would want, but you could increase the chance for a specific house. But mostly, like, I think the ent one is the Giga Chad one. So you could like take these, but regardless of that, these 4 nodes are fine. They shouldn't really fuck you. Yeah, so the kineticist is the Giga Chad. It's the actual, like, legit Giga Chad. He is the S+++ guy everybody wants, followed by the Manny Shot, and then there's a couple other ones underneath that as well. But those are the 2 Giga Chads. Manny Shot would be Dex, and Kineticist is like Giga Chad, beyond Giga Chad. I don't think the sniper is very good in my personal opinion, but people might want him for something. So I would focus on Kineticist and Many Shots. If I'm going to sell anything, those are probably the 2 that I would look for. Really? That's funny. Well, I can tell you right now that I think the Kineticist is worth more than a mirror. If I'm being honest. But you're selling it to him, and he's taking the chance of it actually like selling it, right? He's trying to make a commission off of it, but it is what it is. All right. So chance to inhabit. On defeating, found your mount, drop untaken item. Okay, cool. Untaken item. Skills on mercenaries found in your map's 20% chance to have an additional support. Chance of defeating a merc found in your map. Drop all their items. Mercenaries found in your map always have full rucksacks. Okay. This one's not terrible. This one's really good. So both of these nodes worth taking that what you have. Chance for item worn by mercenary found in map to be unique. Okay, unique. Mercenaries in your maps 100% increased gold. Gold. Wait. Earn in 30% increased gold if you want. Okay, so I don't like. I feel like, yeah, of all the, don't take this bottom shit. Like, do we take this one? How to buy a mercenary? How to buy a mercenary? And how to buy a mercenary? And how? Yeah. So take the inhabited. Okay. So here's take the inhabited. Okay. Take this one. Take this one. Take this. Take this. Fuck that. That thing can suck it. That thing can suck it. This is the one you sent me, you did. You have everything I want you to take. Just delete this section. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points. Unless you grab these two as well, and then it's 12 points, but delete this part. It's an actual trap. I honestly couldn't tell you why someone would take that, because it's going to make that merc so giga chad. And when you beat him and you go to sell him to somebody else, it's not like he's going to have those buffs. Yeah, delete this chain from here over. Because you want the map thing still, but you don't need to branch to this because you're not going to take this. So you can take this out, and then with that, you can connect these 3 points, remove those 2 points, and now you have points to put towards like finishing up your map thing up here, getting like this other, pack size one down here. I would recommend this scarab node and the quantity nodes, but hey, follow whatever I sent you. Other than this stupid ass fucking thing here, that guy is dumb. Whoever the fuck took that is an idiot. Fucking dummy. Like I said, I could be completely wrong here, and you could that buff could matter, but fuck that. If you can't kill the guy, it's not worth running. If you keep getting 2-tapped, it's not worth running. That guy is 2 Giga Chad. Onslaught is nuts. I was hoping there was a scarab to give me more XP from Ritual. I'm tempted to take Ritual out of this. I only took Ritual just because I thought it would be better EXP rates than whatever, and it gave me the chance to like pick my rewards kind of thing. So I'm feeling like
Our time waits for no one.
sure. Do that. I feel like maybe I go into Abyss. Maybe I force Abyss with an Abyss Jewel, because I'm only using 3 for the ultimatum. So maybe I could force Abyss. I can use like 2 Abyss Jewels that are worth like 2 or 3 C each. I can go into Abyss a little bit. Ooh, that hurt. Go into Abyss and like Giga Chad farm some EXP and stuff. Let's go. Yeah, this is the arc guy. I don't really care about the arc guy. I want to find a kineticist. If I find a good kineticist, I'm just going to give it to Edge anyway. Also, Z, if you want to make super Giga Chad easy ass money to get your build going and to afford some of those things, do you want me to show you the easiest thing in the fucking world to make money? Literally anybody can do it, especially on your build. Like your build can like no brain, turn your brain off and do it. So what you do is you run your maps like you're doing. You can run them on gray maps. You don't even have to fucking alch them. I still recommend alching them because, you know, more money. Get the seed chart maps while you're running the map. Okay. Take the seed chart to your boat and spam the shit out of them. Now here's the thing. You're not trying to like take your time with this. You're not trying to take your time. You're literally just running in a quick circle to use all of your little lantern thingies to get the map completed and get a little bit of currency out of it, like the dead man stuff. And then you run the planned one. You take a little bit more time in the planned one to make some currency. That one could take a little bit of effort and planning and thought and effort, but regardless of that, just get as much of the dead man sulfur as you can and sell it. Like I said, if you run into a bottle, you run into a bottle. If you run into currency, you run into currency. Don't take your sweet ass time trying to find every little bit of it. I'm not even exaggerating. I'll run one really quick and I'll show you what I mean. It is not, you don't take it that seriously. You're literally there for the sulfur, the dead man sulfur. If you just sell the sulfur, you will make Giga Chad money in no time flat. It's so expensive. Whoa, almost died. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was scary. Didn't like it. Huh. Yeah, because I mean, I know you're running it, right? I know you're running your maps, but you're probably going really slow. You're probably just like looking at everything, trying to figure out like, oh, which way do I gotta go? What do I gotta pick up? Now, is that everything? So on and so forth. Look how much this sulfur sells for. I want a divine, and I have sulfur. 26,000 per divine. So you literally just go here. Because I don't think there's a single chart map mod that your build can't run. I don't think there's a single one. You literally toss it in. And you just fucking go. You're just like, alright. Right? Hey, go, hey, look, message in the bottle. Grab it. You can always come back for it too. Right? You just do a quick little fucking circle. Whatever you see, and then you just get out. Literally all you do. 2,000. I made a tenth of a divine. 20 seconds. Like, the fuck. Now you can open up these messages in the bottle and you can get really fucking lucky with some divines. But like, it's that easy. And you're not always gonna hit, 2,000 when you run one of these, right? And a lot of times, like, you can hit those like chests right there, and those boxes and whatever. Another tenth, right? Like, you can hit those very easily, and you can drop good currency out of them. Now, if you have good movement speed, you can easily just grab those super fast and not, what I mean, it won't take you that much time or that much effort. But the thought process here is to do the circle, right? So that way you're back at your thing by the end of it. This is a really bad one. I only got 600 from this one. But on average, you get like 1,500. 1K to 1,500 per map. And then you run the big ones, and the big ones give you like 20,000. Right. Should have went up and turned that one in, but there. Let's do that. So you get the idea, right? Super easy, super fast. Don't even think about it. Just go. Like I said, if you want to take a smidgen slower and like if you see a chest, click on it, sure. Obviously, if you see the messages in the bottle, sure. Like, why not? Right? Because like those are there over there. Look, there's 20 to fucking stack decks, bro. Like, obviously kind of not lucky, but like not common. That's a third of a divine. Right. Third of a divine. They're like 63 per divine. No, third of a divine. Like, I made basically almost a divine just in a little bit of time that I was there. $40C. Bro, I don't know how Edge told me this wasn't worth anything. Bro, they were like 58C.
At that price?
All right, what do we get? Blessed Orbs, nothing. Last one standing. Don't remember what that is. 15C each, that's 30C. Oh, it's even more. What? 5? 50? It's like 75C? Okay. We have any of those? Oh, okay. Actually, make us a zero. What did the zeros go for? $160? Okay. So, I mean, not terrible. A little bit of profit. I mean, I don't mind running that. Do you have any of the cards? Do not. I have to buy 5 to basically make 10. Not bad. Okay, we'll keep that one. Actually, don't mind this one. This one is bad. Next one. All right, let's get some Abisco.
We'll make it happen.
Whatever. We'll just buy.
I'll put the word out.
So funny. My cat was so annoying to get out of my room earlier. I let him out. And he came right back, and he's just laying in here now, just chilling. I don't know what these crystals do. I don't know what this crystal. Wish there was a don't take altar. Like an X button. Neither. Get it off my screen. And breach. It's called the Apothecary. It converts into a mage blood. The odds of you finding one are pretty slim. Unless you Giga Chat the juice in that map. You're not gonna find it very often. I've found one in all of my searchings. I found it last league. Got really lucky and randomly found it. In order to find one, you typically have to run very high juiced maps with huge densities and rare mobs and stuff, like high tier mobs, in order to have a chance at dropping it. I think rarity actually increases the chance of dropping the rare div cards as well. But I don't really know all that much because I don't really div farm. I'd like to, but never been good at it. If you actually press Z, you go over to Cage and you hold Alt, you'll see the 4 cards that are specific to Cage. What do you mean look up warrants? You talking about in the trade site? I haven't done it yet. There's a video on it. I googled it the other day. Google something along the lines of how do I price check my mercenary warrant, and someone will there'll be a video on how to search for it. We're just gonna stand dead center at this point. Our circle is so damn small I can't actually get out of it. Oh, we're gonna hope for the best. As long as we don't get too much degen on us, we should be fine. Fire things might be a problem too, but it could, guys. I think it can one-shot us with the amount of HP we have. I don't know if we want to do that. For science? That it hurts them as well. As long as I can survive through it, like they'll die much faster. Yeah, they're dying so fast now. That's crazy. It says as long as I have the survivability to stay alive through it. Whoop! That's scary. I have nothing to hit. Oh god, that was almost dead. That was scary. Yeah, this is a scary one. I think I have multiple degens on us, plus big hits. Whoa! Scary. Whoa! Wait, how did it fail? Oh, did I get to 7 stacks? I think I had a rune guy. 7 stacks is a fail, so. I didn't really get any like good rewards anyway. Shocking that I got to 7 stacks though. Oh, great, wise man. Yeah, not so wise, but sure. What's up? What's going on? Thank you for the kind words. Depends on what it is. I'll do my damnedest. Sure. With the added caveat that just so you're aware, I'm not much of a spellcaster or a melee player. So I will look at it through the lens of what I'm good at, and I will give you my advice or critique or, you know, my opinion based off of builds that I typically play or have played. Shadow, so are you playing poison or crit? Hopefully one of those two. If neither, then I'm lost. Poison. Oh, so you're doing both. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So if you have a Path of Building link, or are you actually playing it? Oh, you're playing Perfect Agony. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Yo, that one might be worth some money. That might be worth some money. What? Max Fire Res? Yo, can we defer that too? No? Yo, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, are you actually playing it? I thought you were just like theory crafting it in Path of Building. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I'll take a look at it. Give me a second. Just need to get enough points to defer that shield so I can get it later. Yeah, I'm really terrible at crafting. I've been playing this game for like 10 years and crafting's just been always that thing that eludes me. Alright. So I want to defer this because that is a T1 max roll, max fire res fracture on an armor base. I mean, it's got a bat implicit, but that can be fixed with a blessing orb. That's fine. Let's defer that. That fire res roll. That's good. And T4. Okay. I think that's all we care about. Alright. While I fight that boss, since I'm not a boss build, let's do you guys have trade? Are you only level 65? So here's two things you can do. I'm gonna look at your build in a second here. But when it comes to a 6-link, you have a couple options. Option 1 is there is guaranteed 6-link for 1,500 fusings. Now that's not cheap, right? You actually check Faustus. Right. You're looking at 108. See? Not terrible. Not terrible. Your other option is Omen of Connections. More expensive. Might as well just buy the fusings at this point. Or you gambit it yourself. Right? Now, I don't like gambling because my RNG is absolutely dog shit. I've probably done 4,000 fusing attempts on chess pieces this league, and I've hit 1 6-link. That's really bad compared to the average. Like, average people, like, they hit it in, like, 600. I never hit it in 600. So, you can either gamble, just spam fusing it, or farm chaos and buy the fusings. Like I said, your market will be completely different on PlayStation. So, check the price and then check the omen as well. Now, if neither one of those options work for you, you can do what I just did and you can run rituals and hope that you hit an omen to be able to get your own omen. Or just keep farming fusings to keep attempting it yourself, or just buy a 6-link from somebody else. Buying a 6-link from somebody else is usually the easiest way to go about it. But personal preference. All right. The first thing is you're only 65, so you probably just got to you're either still in campaign or you just got the maps. Without even looking at anything, it looks like you're running Cobra Lash, which I actually like Cobra Lash. Cobra Lash is a pretty cool skill. All right. Like I said, I'm not much of a right side player, so take this with a grain of salt. I'm just gonna kind of go over what you have. Probably don't need this back point. If I'm being honest, survivability is something to be desired, though. This back point, it's just a little bit of evasion rating and a little bit of all res. Probably not gonna make or break. I mean, you need res, but not probably the best use of your points. Additional projectile. I'm curious on that one. There could be a negative on that one. Perfect agony. Damage over time multiplier for ailments is equal to your crit multi. Crit strikes deal no extra damage. And then non-critical strikes cannot inflict. So you basically either inflict something. You either miss completely or you inflict a hit that applies a poison. Interesting. Attacks you with daggers, increase effective elusive. Accuracy. Crit. Leech. Yeah, this is really good node. I like that node. 5% inch leech, huge for survivability. I love that. Chaos multi. Does damage compared to chaos. Could be really useful. Okay. Not sure about the power charge. And then, all right, so I'm seeing the theme. I'm understanding it. It looks good. Other than this power charge that I don't understand. The rest of it looks fine. Okay. Skills wise, ascendancy. Oh yeah, I forgot to check your ascendancy. Power charge duration, chance to gain power charge. Okay, got you. Okay. Forgot about his power charge generation. A chance to poison on hit, and then poison you inflict critical strikes, deal more damage, increase poison duration for poison you recently. Recover life on poison. Okay. That's I can see the theme here. I like it. Yeah. So I have to adjust a few things here. So configurations, we need to put power charges on. Don't know if you have anything else. Where are you gaining elusive from? Because I saw in here effective elusive. Did you take this just for the attack speed, or did you actually take it for the elusiveness? Nightblade? Okay. Okay, gotcha. So I'll put that on. I think that's about it. Are you running? You are. Okay, cool. Okay, so one thing I'm gonna tell you, Herald of Agony can actually rock support gems because the crawler that spawns can take effect of the support gems attached to it. So you can put like GMP, other damage oriented kind of things, right? Because the Herald of Agony has the Agony Crawler, right? So his mortar, his tail spike, his cleave, his default attack, all of those do damage. He's a minion. As long as you're attacking often and you keep your stacks up, he will be active the whole time. So instead of putting him in here with like Plague Barrier, right? You could put things like Decay, right? Chance to poison, so he has more chances to poison and adds more chaos. You can have added chaos, so he does even more chaos damage. You can also add Culling Strike, which is huge because if he hits something on low on like 10% or less HP, he's gonna insta kill it for you. So like those four could be pretty good for you, right? Pretty good. Or you can have him applying Withering Touch. So he's got a 25% chance to apply Withering hits. So what that allows you to do is on a boss, while this guy active, he applies Wither that makes him take more chaos damage. So you can have him around for like a Culling Strike plus Wither buffer, right? You got options here. You got a lot of options with the crawler since he's active. But you got to put him in like a 4-link. So that's something I would look into, right? Plague Barrier is cool. Increase area effect probably don't need, but it's helpful. Faster attacks here. No. Whirling Blades with Void Manipulation, just take that off. Does it increase your mana? What? Calling. Oh, it does. I forgot. Yeah. Yeah, something like this. Right. So it puts you down to 6% mana. We're gonna look at some other things. Ida. It's just like I said, we'll tinker with it. we'll see what we find. One thing is you are arrogancing your precision, which is cucking into your life, isn't a bad thing. I know why you're doing it because you don't have the mana. I get it. But first things first, for your movement skill, take off void. Like faster attacks is fine. But don't have void on it. It's meant just to move you. Plague barrier, once again, increased area effect is fine. But you need to save space on your links. So usually this is probably not something you need. You could probably put it in here and like save some space. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. Grace is fine. It's a huge evasion because you're being dodge based. Despair, are you? I'm assuming. Where's that coming from? Is that coming from your ring? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, is that self cast? So yeah, that's your ring. Frostblink. I all I gotta say is no. All right, so here's the thing. Frostblink is like Whirling Blades, but it has a cooldown, but it allows you to go up and down things. But more duration, no. Increased area effect, no. Second wind has arguable points. Now, the only thing I can understand is the more duration and the increased area effect was purely there for the cold effect when he lands, that chilling effect to slow monsters when he frost blinks. That I can somewhat understand, but no. just no. Just no. Here, I'm gonna give you an example why, right? So when you get to the end game and you start min-maxing and you start getting all your stuff in place, you're going to be so starved for sockets to make things viable, right? I'm going to switch characters and I'm going to show you. Because this character is a shit show. But I'll show you a character that if I had more room, things would be a lot different. So, for example, I have Malevolence, Eternal Blessing in my shield. I would love to put an Empower in here. Or an Arrogance. An Arrogance would actually be better. But I don't have the room for it, right? And then here is one of my damage skills, right? So I have my damage skill with 3 supports, so it does as much as it can. I have another skill that's a 6 linked, so this is my other damage skill. And then I have another damage skill, so this skill combos with this skill, and then this one does most of the work. So these 3 are my main damage dealers, right? And then over here, I have a like buff, like a buffer, kind of right, kind of like your Herald of Agony. That's what this is for mine. So at that point, I have no space. I have 3 things left for my movement skill and auras. So I have 1 movement skill here with no links, no faster attacks, no nothing. I have my Frost Blink because the shield charge doesn't allow me to go up and down or across chasms. Frost Blink does, but Frost Blink has a cooldown, so I can't spam it. So I have to have both, right? Now, if I use Leap Slam, on the other hand, Leap Scam can technically go fast. It can be used all the time, and it can go up and down and across things. So it would be better, but Frostblink is faster. I don't know. I like Cobra Lash. I really do like Cobra Lash, but we can look at a few things. And then I got my other 2 auras over here. So you can see, like, when you start adding a lot of supports to gems that kind of don't need supports, or they're meant for like movement and you're trying to use them as utility or something, it takes away from a lot of other things. That makes sense. Oh, you got a kineticist? Yeah, let me switch. Oh wait, I don't have flasks. Hold on. Hold on. know I need my ruby. I'm just gonna move all 5 of them over because I think it's those 3 actually. All right. All right. So here's the thing: if you die, it fails no matter what. So when you accept this, run the fuck away as absolute as far as possible. Do not get attacked. All right, I'm ready.
I still abide by the Trarthan Code. Choose your fate. You seem to be going the wrong way. My time is precious. Don't waste it. By all means.
Run! Get back here. There you go. Like, you're like a mile away. You really wanted nothing to do with that guy. Oh, that's so good. That's funny. All right. You're welcome. That was funny. I just looked at the map. I was like, where the hell did she go? That's funny. I wouldn't worry about it. See, like, I can make money. I don't really give a shit at this point. Just having fun tinkering with stuff, hanging out in the game. I just want to get your build up and running, get your build going, have fun, and then, you know, you want to give me some cash after the fact, that whatever. I don't know what I'd even spend it on at this point, honestly. I know there's like stuff I can upgrade, but I'm just too lazy to do it. All right, so back to what we were talking about. The theme I've noticed with your skills is you keep adding a lot of supports to a lot of your like movement skills and, you know, things, but you're not adding like supports to your skills doing damage, right? Or you're not adding utility that will buff the damage you're doing with your Cobra Lash, right? Because your Cobra Lash is your main source of damage. So if you look at Cobra Lash, average damage is 1600, sure, but your combined total DPS is 21k. It's kind of low, right? I don't think there's another alternative good skill to do damage. Like if we go to new, right? Let me look at this. Like none of these really scream good. um I feel like flicker is always a crazy cool like skill. But how about we pull up a POE poison skill. Let's just look at a list of skills. Right. So here's your skill gems, right? So Alchemist Mark. Curses a single target, granting flash charges when you hit them and creating burning ground under them if you hits ignite, caustic ground if it's poison. So this is a mark that can be placed on them instead of, say, Despair. Despair is not bad either because it increases their damage over time. But caustic ground, it deals 79% of the chaos damage per second of the strongest poison on the mob. But yes, Despair would increase the amount of whatchamacallit, of the poison damage being dealt to them, but this would drop a caustic ground underneath them as a extra damage to make it, that poison do even more poison damage, right? I feel like that's pretty awesome. You can also gain flash charges like crazy if you're spam attacking things. And marks can be mark on hit. You can support them with mark on hit. So whenever you hit somebody, you can use the support on this mark and it'll auto mark them. Now you can also take it a step further and you can get dual curse. You can get you can apply additional curse and you can do despair and mark. So pretty solid for you. But like Cobra Lash, I like Herald of Agony, I like Pestilence Strikes. I'm not a huge fan of because I think you have to be like really close range for that. I like Cobra Lash because it can be thrown and it is a projectile, so you can take advantage of projectile nodes and stuff. Poisonous Concoction, I'm not a huge fan of it. It can be really good. Plague Barrier, once again, you have to be a little close, but it is a little extra additive poison damage that you can pulse onto them. Venom Geyser is another one of those possibilities. It is also projectile based and it kind of bounces absolutely everywhere, but it also returns to you. So your option would be swapping Cobra Lash for Venom Geyser, in my opinion. You could try Venom Geyser and see if you like it. I think a lot of people like that skill. I think Cobra Lash is pretty dope, but Venom Geyser might be better. Because this just fires a projectile based on your weapon that can chain between enemies, so it bounces between enemies, requiring a dagger or claw. And then this one fires a returning projectile that can be caught, and then when they're caught, they spiral outward. When you use whirling blades, so you throw a bunch of them, and then you whirling blades, and you just explode this just projectile vomit of Venom Geyser caught projectiles all over the screen. Anyway, there's an ad. Let me know when you're back, Big Ida. We'll chat more. So basically got to beat 20k. Yeah. The Out of Chaos is solid. Chance to poison. Okay, so what's the chance to poison on that? 40%. I feel like you. I feel like you need like kind of a guaranteed chance to poison. Cobra Lash, type specific, leech, poison. Chance to poison, 76%. I feel like if you don't have a 100% chance to poison, you're kind of leaving damage on the table. So let's look at this. He does not have chance to poison. So let us just put chance to poison on. And see. So it's 36k with chance to poison. Okay. I'm going to put the other one to a 5 link as well, just so we can kind of guesstimate these, right? Because this Cobra Lash is 40% chance, and then he has chances somewhere on the tree probably. Chance to poison. Only 76%. Because it was off. Offhand's better. What? Why isn't he getting better chance to pull? So, alright. Chance to. Oh, it's because he's not 100% chance to crit. Oh, yeah, because he doesn't need a chance to poison if he crits, right? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we can remove that. Okay. So, what we could do, crit. then check it. Yeah, okay. I feel like that's what we're missing. You want that crit chance to be 100%, so you have a 100% chance to apply the poison, so you can stack it better. I think that's what you need. I wonder if crit damage. Too much. It does something. Okay. I think you need crit chance. I feel like where can we get welcome back. Sorry, I'm diving in. You're double daggering, right? All right. So it's not required, but one thing I would suggest is trying to get to 100% crit chance. So you have a 100% chance to apply poisons, since poisons can stack. All right. Each application or stack of the poison damage, chaos damage over time until the duration expires. There is no limit to the number of poison stacks the target can have. This is key. No limit. 100% crit chance. Huge attack speed means massive DPS. Okay. So getting poison duration well, if you just add increased critical strike chance support, you hit 97%. Literally all you need. Literally all you need. Granted, it's not 100, but it's pretty damn close. And then you can get a little bit more later. And this is another conversation we can have is your weapons. If you don't know this, I'll explain it quickly. If you do, ignore me. The crit chance of your weapon is the crit chance that all your crit multipliers are based off of. So, when you're getting a weapon, we'll just make a quick generic one to show you, right? You see how the crit chance of this base no stats on it, no nothing, it's just a gray ass weapon, is 8.8. If you just get local crit multi or crit chance, even the lowest roll brings it to 9.6. You roll this up, goes to 12.4. If you get a friggin' dagger with crit chance on it, so your crit chance, your base crit chance is higher, it makes getting to 100% really easy. Right. So here's what we'll do. I will take a look at. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna go into here, and then I'm gonna edit this, and then I'm gonna take this. And we're gonna go into this, edit. I'm going to add this. So now it has crit chance on it. So now it's 10.29 instead of the 8.3, right? Save this. In theory, that should change it. In theory, but it's not. Let's add it to the other one really quick. I think it's based off of both weapons. Because you throw both weapons. Still not changing. See, that doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to work, right? Because if you look into the calculations here, it's taking chance to non-hit, chance to crit, 100%, combined chances of equals 97%. Right. So it's taking your 97% effective crit rate right here, and it's doing the math, and that's why it's getting you 97%. I don't understand. I don't know why they're both the same. It doesn't make sense why. Maybe the skill has a base crit chance? That could be it. Hold on. Let me pull up Cobra Lash really quick. Like I said, I don't know the skill very well. Let me pull up Cobra Lash. I think it's an attack, so it should be based off of your weapon. Yeah, so this should be based off of your weapon. So I don't know why that's not updating the attack. Okay, so it is working. This is just taking over. Okay. So if you get a weapon with better crit, you see how I'm at like 95% without the crit support gem? I thought I was crazy for a second, but like what the hell's going on here? But you see like how this 10.9, right? Versus like the 10.2s, right? Versus like the 11s. Like there's a difference. So getting crit chance on a good crit base dagger will carry you a long way, is what I was getting at. To getting your max crit, right? I still find it weird that this doesn't get you to 100%. I wonder why it's effectively 97%. Because like you have 100% crit chance, but your effective crit chance is only 97. I don't understand that. Maybe that's just the way the build works. I don't know. But either way, that's that. Oh, thank you. I didn't catch the hit chance. I was like, why is it just stuck at 97%? Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. The accuracy. The accuracy. I never play an accuracy build, so you'd have to get a little bit of accuracy. So this is probably all you need right here, Ida. Because if you run the mark that I was talking about, this right here would give you all the accuracy you need, and you get more damage against marked targets. So, I mean, that's really all you need. And then marked enemies cannot regen life is massive, actually. Because if you ever go up against a life regen mob, that's huge. Also, Soul Munch, I appreciate the little tidbit that I was like, why isn't this math isn't mathing? All right, anyway. So I don't know what skill would be better, but I think Venom Geyser could be better just because you have your returning projectiles, the ones that you throw out and they come back. And then when you catch them, when you Whirling Blades, since you have Whirling Blades, they just go poof all over the screen, you know? So, I mean, you could think about swapping into that. Obviously you wanted, what is it? Night something for your elusiveness, right? I feel like I kind of like just going with this, but sometimes it's not always correct. Like according to this, added chaos does the most, but and chance to poison does the most. But I feel like it's just because they add raw dot damage. They add raw chaos damage to it instead of just boosting it. So I mean, if you were just to take this at face value, like added chaos and then unbound ailments would technically do more. Like this is 2.5 times the damage that you're currently doing. Right. But the same can be said if we were to actually look at Cobra Lash and possibly change some stuff around, right?
So if we were to take this off and this off. Oh, one thing I want to say is you're using GMP that adds 2 projectiles. You have another thing that adds 1 projectile. One thing that you're going to run into is with an even number of projectiles, when you're attacking a small single target mob, you will miss the mob 99% of the time, because the way that the projectile attacks is it looks at the target and then it shoots dead center. But since there's even number of projectiles, it evenly distributes them. So one goes above where it's looking and one goes below. So it makes this pie shape and it goes around the target. So whenever you're adding projectiles, you want to add an odd number. So you start with 1. So anytime you add, you always want to add 2. So you want to go from 1 to 3 to 5 to 7. You don't want to be on an even. The only time evens work are on projectile bases that have big areas, like freezing pulse, frostbolt, things like that. Things that have area that can cover, right? If you have small little projectiles like arrows and small little throwable like swords and stuff, they're going to miss your target. Unless your target is a big hitbox, it's going to miss your target often. So shoot for odds. It just makes things much easier. So using JMP or multi-prod, you get 2 projectiles, which is fine, but you have in here for an extra prod somewhere. I saw it. I don't remember where I saw it, but I know I saw it. Yeah, this one right here. Attacks, fire, and additional projectiles. So it's nothing that not that this is bad, but this 1 extra projectile only works if you have another one to go with it, because it's going to like kind of fuck you a little bit. I was trying to say if there was anything in there that was worth it. Those are the few things that I just see off the top of my head. Like I said, trying this out. Yes, doing this was cuck your mana quite a bit. It costs 14 to cast. If you go to Venom Geyser, it's going to cost you 16 to cast. To fix this, you can craft and or find with veils from Syndicate people the non-channeling skills cost reduction. Put this on your rings, and basically if you get 2 7s, you have a basically free cast on your skill. And you have leech, so even like a couple mana cost, you won't run out of mana. Right? So this will fix your mana problems if you craft that on any of your jewelry. I think you can put it on an amulet as well. So if you get like, so this is already 16 mana, the Venom Geyser. But if we were to add like a couple more things like void manipulation, vicious projectile, something like this, right? You got 27 mana. So you put both of those on and you're minus 14, right? That puts you down to like 13 cost. If you put it on your amulet as well, because I'm pretty sure you can put it on your amulet. Yeah, pretty sure that, yeah, this can go on amulet as well. So that puts you down to like 6 mana cost. And as long as you have like, I don't know, 60, 50, 40 mana, as long as you hit something, you won't have any problems. So you just have to get it on some pieces. It's really not that hard. But anyway, yeah, tinker with that a little bit with the little support gems, see what feels good. I would recommend this because it's just added extra damage. Not saying he's gonna do a whole lot unless you build into him, but him doing more damage could help. Now, like I said, if you don't really care about that, if you just want him as a buffer, or the buff grants 20% chance to poison,
I mean, sure, I don't really personally think you need it, but it does say it grants 10% more damage with poisons, which is really strong. That's a more multiplier. They said you could just opt out of this and just leave them on. Fine. You have mana to spare. That means you can put something else in instead. Like I said, right now you're only running Grace, it seems like, and this Herald. So that's 75% of your mana. And then you have Precision. You have something that's costing a little extra mana than the 60% or the 75%, which is interesting. I'm trying to think what we could put on you to give you a little bit extra survivability slash ump. Trying to think auras wise. It's like haste will give you more damage because you attack faster. Gitterbots would be okay because they would apply shock for you. I don't know. Can you have a crawler and a carrion golem? Pretty interesting. I'm not thinking much of anything else. I mean, there's things. I know there are. I said I don't play on this side of the tree that much, so I can't really help you all that much. The one thing I will say is, like I said, focus on trying to get slightly better weapons, right? They're level 65 and they haven't really gotten any gear yet, so and honestly, if you have 3,000 life at level 65, you are a god at the game, because I normally finish campaign with 2,000 HP. And I play Righteous Fire. I mean, if you're getting more than 2,000 HP through the campaign, you're getting some really good gear. Like, you either know how to craft, or you're getting really lucky, or you're buying items. Like, that's a lot of HP to have by the end of campaign, in my opinion, right? 300 per act. I mean, like I said, if you're really good about picking up gear and crafting and like stuff like that, like adding things to stats or whatever, I can see that. And it also depends on your build. Like, if you're playing an evasion build, you're not stacking a lot of HP because the goal is to not get hit, right? The goal is to have evasion. Now, he's an evasion build, but he's not really full evasion yet. Now, if you're playing like armor based or ES based or anything like that, yeah, you need a lot more HP. Yeah, as a hardcore or even as solo self-found, like, you put a lot more effort into your defenses because you don't want to die, right? As a standard, like a softcore player, 200 HP, 150 HP per act is acceptable, right? If you know what you're doing, if you know the mechanics of the fights, 1 to 200 HP per act is more than enough to live through almost anything, as long as you have the damage, right? Because that's the thing, you're substituting the defense for the damage while campaigning. If you go for about a 150 HP pool per act, your goal is to have basically double the damage of someone shooting for 300, right? If they're doing about 20 to 30,000 DPS by the time they get to Katava, you need to be doing 50 to 60,000. That way, your survivability isn't as necessary. As long as you avoid the mechanics of the fight, you'll live. You'll just kill everything. Like I said, I typically go for 200 HP per act myself, and I play Righteous Fire from level 20, basically. But I intentionally keep my HP low until about act 6 or 7, just for regen purposes. And then from 7-ish to 10, I ramped my HP up pretty fast to about 20,000 or 2,000, and it works out fine. Like I said, everybody's slightly different. Like there's a lot of people that actually play with like 1,000 HP at the end of campaign because they're glass cannon, right? They stack into evasion items. They know the mechanics. They know how to dodge everything, and they just go full glass cannon, and they just do like 100,000 DPS by the time they get to level 68, and they just smash everything. And they even play hardcore doing this. Not a lot of people. It's not for everybody, but there are high level players out there. But like I said, being a brand new player soul, so to give a little feedback from what I got is Big says that they're brand new to the game and they're trying to make their own thing, right? So instead of like most of us out here that just follow somebody else's build to understand what they're doing or to learn things or to figure it out and then to make it their own on their own, they're kind of just winging it. So it's expected that they have low HP. I agree. 1,000 HP by the time you're 65 is a little low. I would like to see it closer to 2,000. Especially if you're going to be arrogancing precision and eating 300, HP. Like that's crazy. Yeah, that's why I haven't even got to the gear yet. So my first thing was I wanted to look at the tree and kind of see what they were branching for, what their focus was, kind of get what the build was, look at the skills, kind of see what skills they were rocking, see what we can change. Because like Frostblink had more duration and area effect on it. So I tried to explain, hey, movement skills, we don't really need to do stuff, right? We don't need to add a bunch of sports to it. I wanted to see what kind of buffs they have. I'm not an evasion player. I'm not a poison player. I'm not a spells player. I'm not a melee player. I am a cast on stun RF player. All right, I played a little bit of minions every once in a while. I played Cyclone a couple times, but I found my niche and I just play it. So I don't really know what other. I was hoping to find something that like applied blind or something, which I thought Flesh and Stone did back in the day, but doesn't anymore. But yeah, like Plague Barrier with increased area effect. Whirling Blades had void manipulation on it. Like I said, I was going through all of this stuff and trying to like tinker with it. Like I like the idea of despair, minus the chaos res is kind of nice because it increases his poison damage. But I was thinking that a mark would be stronger. I don't remember what the mark was called. Alchemist mark. I thought this would be better because if all he's doing is applying poisons via perfect agony, then I feel like this would be good because when he hits them, he gains a bunch of flash charges to keep his flasks active, and the chaos damage will drop as caustic ground, causing even more damage and spreading it a little bit to things that are nearby. So I felt like that was probably a good option instead of despair. But then I was contemplating like juicing out his Herald of Agony so the crawler could actually do some extra damage for him, but I don't know if it's viable or worth it. And then he was contemplating, what skills that we change up do we put in or whatever, right? So those are just like kind of like what we got into and what we were talking about when you came in. So anyway, so items wise, I fixed these I added crit chance to these, but so the first thing is you have crit multi, which is fine, but you need crit chance, obviously. Global crit as a implicit is okay, but you want local crit more than anything, which is the one I added to it. Global crit, to explain the difference to you, Big, is global crit is the additive that gets multiplied into your base crit of your weapon, right? So it takes the base crit of your weapon, let's say it's 10, and it says, what is all the global crit we have, which is anything on the tree, from your flasks, so on and so forth. It gets multiplied by that base number. Now, the one underneath, the one I added where it says at the bottom, where it says increase critical strike chance, that's a local mod, which only applies to the weapon. So it increases the crit chance of the weapon, which increases your base crit chance, which then gets multiplied by all your global crits. So you need to increase that base crit with the local mod, so the global crits actually have something to scale, right? It makes getting to 100% crit chance easier, with less investment, but also actually viable to get to 100%. Because without it, I don't think you can really reach it if you don't have a high enough base crit chance. So, second thing is, level of socketed chaos gems does nothing unless you put a chaos gem in it, right? So if we look at this, you have Grace in one of them, and you have Plague Barrier in the other one. So Plague Barrier makes sense because it's chaos gem. Okay, I'm okay with that. Grace is fine because it's in your other one, which doesn't have that. But there's other better mods to put there. But it's something better than nothing, right? Plague Barrier will do more damage. It's perfectly acceptable. But once again, in here, you're looking for, I'm pretty sure fizz damage would help you, right? Yeah. So Cobra does fizz converted to chaos. So increasing your fizz will increase your chaos, which will increase your poison. So I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken here, let me just pull up someone's build. POE Ninja. I'm just going to pull up a Cobra Lash build really fast. I want to confirm this before I just spout nonsense out my asshole like I normally do. Right. So let's take this guy for example. He is running a claw, and he is doing mostly chaos. Want to make sure. He is strength stacking, but he's getting lightning damage to attacks with this weapon per dex. So this is an interesting setup. I'd have to actually dig into this one more, figure out where the conversion comes in. So let's find someone not using the strength stacking method. Okay. This is what I wanted to find, a regular weapon. That's why. Okay. So as you can tell, this one is kind of mega juiced out of its asshole. So he's got socketed gems are supported by, socketed gems are supported by. Socketed gems deal more attack damage. So this is like a pseudo 7 link. But it's got attack speed, crit chance, crit multi, and attacks penetrate chaos. So if you look at his weapon, his fizz damage is low, but he has added flat chaos damage, which that added flat chaos damage gets added to his attack. And then he's got 9% crit chance on it. So pretty solid. Huge attack speed. And then the crit chance, crit multi. The multi is global. And then the crit chance is the local, right? But then he has Cobra Lash in here with Night Stalker and Cruelty, because Cruelty does more damage with hits, and the hits apply over into, poisons, because the poison is based off of how hard you hit. But then he's got multi-strike, so when he attacks once, he attacks more than once per cast. And then he's got increased critical strike damage, which is crit multi. And then the more attack damage is probably the most baller stat on here, because that more multiplier is massive for the damage. Plus the penetrate 16 chaos reg is just huge. Anyway. Oh yeah, and then he takes it a step further. He has like a pseudo 6-link fucking weapon, and then he has a 3-link on top of that. So he has a pseudo 9-link freaking weapon. So he's got hypothermia, chain, and void manipulation. So chain, so he can clear the screen, so it like bounces even further and more mobs and stuff like that. And then I don't understand the idea of hypothermia. Oh, because of the last line, more damage with hits and ailments against chill. So when it hits, it has a chance to chill, right? And then when it chills, it does even more damage. So I mean, I don't like that idea personally, but it is what it is, personal preference. I feel like there could be another gem you could put in there that would probably be better, but it is what it is. So like I said, global crit chance, global crit multi, or local crit multi, whatever, and then basically attack speed, crit, and any type of added damage you can get that's either chaos or fizz to scale your damage is pretty much what you're looking for, it seems like. This one's all lightning, so I'm assuming it's going to be just like the first guy. Now, this guy, yeah, so he did weapon elemental damage. So he did fire, lightning, Once again, the global crit with the local crit, the crit multi, and the attack speed. Kind of see a theme. Yeah, some of these people are fucking wild. So this guy, like I said, he's got the attack speed, the crit chance, the crit multi, and then he's got the added damage. Once again, same thing I was just telling you about, the added damage. His is not poison based, obviously. His is just doing raw, straight up damage, 21 mil. But he's got the Abyss helmet that gives him a ton of added damage with dagger attacks. This is the new helmet that just came out. It's kind of insane. But yeah, he's doing pure lightning. So I mean, you can kind of get some ideas there. So when it comes to your gear, as you're looking for it, like I said, you're trying to get crit, you're trying to get crit multi, you're trying to get attack speed, you're trying to get added damage. Like this one has the added fizz, added lightning. Lightning's okay, but if you're trying to go chaos, if you're trying to go dot damage, poison based, stick with chaos. Stick with maybe fizz because it does do fizz, the chaos conversion. So try and work on those. Your helmet, okay, life roll for where you're at. Triple res, fine. I think your helmet's relatively okay for being in campaign. Your body armor could use some work. It's only got 12 life. The flat life regen is good with your low life, but in all honesty, like you just need more life on this. This is fine. Like the reses are a little low, but it's fine. The life just needs to be closer to like 70 plus, and it wouldn't be too bad of a chess piece to get you started. Yeah, this doesn't even have life on it. But the same thing for this one, right? You're trying to get your reses capped. With gloves, you can get added damage to attacks as well. So like instead of like armor here, or instead of regen here, or evasion, or any of that stuff, even the strength, like you might need the strength at some point, but like trying to get more reses, trying to get attack damage, those are gonna be useful. Boots, reses are relatively bad, life's relatively bad. Once again, kind of meh. And I know why your HP is so low. I just haven't talked about it yet. Other than your gear having very little life on it, but this isn't too terrible. Global fizz damage is kind of okay. You don't need the attacks damage leech as mana because you have leech on your tree. You have basically no life. Attributes are fine. Added fizz damage with attacks are fine. Your ring, good life ring. Bad everything else. I mean, the reses are fine. I mean, double fire lightning. It's not too terrible, but the other stats are basically non-existent. And then you got your mark ring. So this is kind of cucking you because now you don't have a ring. Right? This is just allowing you to apply a curse. So I feel like going mark on hit and just running the mark would give you an open slot for a ring to get more reses in life and attack damage, just overall helping you significantly. So that swap would be huge. In your belt, it's a belt. Attributes, last duration, sure. Not a crazy belt. It's nothing insane. It's fine. The attributes are useful so you can wear your gear and stuff. At least it has some res on it. I don't really care for rarity myself, but it's what it is. But you're rocking a sulfur flask, a double mana flask. So this is a problem. You shouldn't be running out of that much mana if you have leech. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has 30 all stats on it. So now it looks like you're missing int and strength. You take that off. Interesting. And then one thing I would say is if you want to ramp up single target damage significantly, when you get jewels, getting poison duration can really help because the longer the poison lasts, the more stacks of poison you can get on a single target. Pretty helpful. But you don't need to go that route if you don't want to either. I mean, you can just go with more attack speed. Either way works. Yeah. that's what I was gonna say. Is this, what is costing him so much strength? Yeah. So the thing with arrogance is it increases the aura effectiveness. So it does make precision stronger, but it does require more strength, right? So if we were to go to level 1, you know, your crit goes down a little bit, which is fine. But you can then like you can just get a belt with int on it. Right? So if you just get a belt that has a little bit of int on it, you can wear whatever it is you're trying to wear and get better stats, right? You can get life, you can get reses. I think that just fixes your problem overall. So for flasks, there's a handful of flasks. So obviously you got life flasks and stuff like that, but main thing is the utility flasks, right? So you got basalt for more armor, you got granite for flat armor. So percentage armor, flat armor, you're not worried about. For you, a diamond flask would give you crit, 100% global crit chance. So it helps you hit that 100%, but you're not having a problem with that. You have so much crit on the tree, you don't really need this. But Jade Flask gives you more evasion. And then what is it? Quartz Flask? Yeah, no, not Quartz. What's the other one? Stibnite? Yeah, Stibnite is for the percentage evasion. So for you, it probably Jade Stibnite, so you can get more evasion, get your evasion rating up. Those are the two you'd be looking for. And then possibly I would say Silver Flask for Onslaught, so you can attack even faster and move faster. It's probably the 3 you're looking for. Your 4th flask, probably a Conch Flask or a Res Flask as necessary. A lot of people would run Quicksilver for movement speed. Personally, I don't really move that fast. I like to run slower, so it's personal preference at that point. So you do what you want with that one, but but when it comes to flask, let's say you were to get like a Jade Flask, right? Since you're running a crit based build, you would want to get gain charges, chance to gain charges when you crit, right? This way you can maintain your flash charges permanently while you're attacking the crap out of things. They're always going to be triggering. And then you add the modifier and no where is it? Okay, whatever. I'll show you in game. You can set it to auto trigger when it reaches full. So all you have to do is just attack things. You'll gain charges and it'll auto trigger your flask. And as you're attacking things, your flasks will just keep triggering. And then your suffixes. This is where you kind of round out your build of whatever you're missing. So if you need immunities, you can get immunities. If you need more evasion, you can get more evasion. If you need more leech, you can get leech. If you need avoidance or chance to whatever, you can get stuff down here. So effective curses on you is really good to get if you're trying to reduce like enfeeble or elemental weakness, vulnerability, those types of curses. If you can get to 100% curse effectiveness reduction, this is really huge for you. If you need to get like shock immunity or effective shock, so you can still be shocked but it doesn't work as much, stuff like that. You can get more movement speed. There's a lot of things in here that you can like pick up. Majority of the time people pick up like the defensive layers, like more armor, more evasion, whichever one you're building, movement speed. A lot of people pick up either immunities or chance to avoid. So there is a unique item, unique jewel that your shock avoidance applies to all of the other ailments. So getting shock of avoid chance to avoid shock on a flask, and then that's like permanently proc. Get a little bit more shock avoidance in your gear somewhere or in your build, and you are permanently ailment immune just by having one flask active. It's actually nuts. You can get more crit chance here. You can get more elemental resistance. Like there's a lot of options in here. But that's basically what it boils down. So you get 4 utility flasks that are permanently, going off. Maybe you rock either a unique flask for your 5th, or you rock a life flask for your 5th. Usually is what most people. Oh, But that's, I don't know. Looking at what you have, there's not much I can really help you with other than, like I said, try out a different skill, try out some different supports, work on, getting slightly better gear, obviously, like we were talking about. Try and craft some better stuff. So, like, getting something like 10% global fizz, I mean, it's helpful, but at the end of the day, like, it, you could probably craft something better. Or this evasion energy shield, kind of meh, right? Your reses are kind of meh. The life's kind of meh. Just trying to find better bases, better gear, craft what you need. Maybe go on, like, if you have a couple chaos, go and try and buy a couple pieces of like really cheap gear off the marketplace or something. Call it a day. Hold on a second, guys. Give me a second. Oh, shit. There's an ad play. Mate, are you in an ad? So I can say bye to you? No, no. Okay. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Hope you feel better. And look on the bright side of things. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Take it easy. See you. Bye, bye, bye. So are you in an ad? Oh, not you, Z. I was talking to Soul. But good to know you're not. You're back? Welcome back. So yeah, I'm kind of torn on the whole perfect agony thing. Like, just even looking up other people's builds, like, they're wonky. Like, ethereal knives doing all fire damage. Why are you okay? Like, what? So it's an ignite based build. Okay. So he's got an ignite based build, chaos based build, but she's in Blade Flurry, and I love Blade Flurry as a single target skill. Terrible for map clear, but crazy for single target. But everybody else is like Viper Strike of Mamba. Everybody is Viper Strike of Mamba. Every single one of them. The copy pasta 35 million DPS Viper Strike of Mamba. I don't know about you, but Viper Strike kind of feels single target. I don't know anything about the Mamba version. I don't play Viper Strike. Oh, that's why. He can only inflict one poison at a time. I'm not a fan of strike skills either. This one's cool because it's like you hit it once and you back up. And then you take effect of like this. Don't understand the brutality in here, but okay. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but we'll take it. I mean, I don't hate it. I am kind of curious why he has despair here and a despair flask. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but okay. And mage blood, movement speed, resist. Okay, he's really trying to resist himself out. Holy shit. I mean, it works. It's interesting. Yeah, rocking the Beanos as well. Like, Beanos is great. High crit, high fizz. It makes sense. I mean, Beano's is kind of dope. That's kind of dope. I don't know about this one, but oh, because he's an energy shield, so this gives him energy. Okay, gotcha. He's rocking that for the energy shield. I mean, I don't know. I was looking at your build. I don't hate it. Could definitely use some work. Obviously, it's your first time. You're doing good for your first time, I'll say that. But trauma stacking, strength stack. Oh my god. Bro, you raged out of POV1? Are you ever gonna come back? That's the question. And wait, I'm curious. What did you gamble out of? Like, you gambled all out. Like, what happened? You gotta tell me the story. Because you tried to switch to a trauma strength stacker. Oh god. So you hit and you kept trying? Oh, so that's usually what people do is when they're bored of the league, they just gamba until they fucking waste their money. That's usually what ends up happening. Ugh. Instead of just trying another build. So what happened with the build though? You said you got 930 divs and you tried swapping to the trauma stacking strength stacker, and you said I failed. Did it not work? Why can't you do a build? What's wrong with it? I mean, why didn't you just life stack RF? Oh yeah, bro, the trauma stacking is so weird. I don't know anything about it. I just, when I saw it, I was like, bro, I would kill myself playing that build. 100% would kill myself. And I've seen many people do it. You want to see my 99 block glad? You want to see this? I occasionally die, but you want to see this before I get off for the night? Yeah, so RF is a little weak until you life stack. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, so we'll show you we'll show you traditional. So we got righteous fire, right? So this is traditional damage numbers, right? 1 million, 2 million, 500k, blah blah blah. This is life stacking. It's different, bro. It is different. So keep in mind that ignites in .dps have a cap of 50 million. Okay, so yeah. So there's obviously there's the 100 million plus builds, which are physical like hit builds, right? But dot builds 50 million is max, right? Not counting RF. I don't know if that one counts, but like poison, ignite, bleed, you know, those they can only reach a max of 50 million. Delve content, you can do with a lot of different stuff, but the main goal is speed and phasing. You have speed and phasing, almost any build can work. A lot of people just do Cyclone. It's just very easy. So your RF doing like 20, 30 million, anything will die around you. And if you have enough radius on it on top of that, you can kill any boss. Because think about it. Anytime you go up against a boss and you pop and you get a pop and that 50 million ignite hits on them, they die. Even uber bosses, they die. Right? So in theory, like, you don't really need much more than 50 million DPS. Right? Hitting that 1 billion, hitting those 2 billions, hitting those 500 millions doesn't really matter, because it just means you kill him. You go from killing him in 2 seconds to killing him in 1.5 seconds. Doesn't really matter. What's not in Delve? But yeah, like if we take the skill off and we search, like 23 billion damage with Blade Blast. Like, what the fuck is this guy? What kind of crack is this guy smoking? Right? But here's the problem. You're sacrificing all of that survivability though. He literally can't be touched. If he gets touched, if he gets looked at, he is dead. So the problem with copying someone's build is you have to understand the inner workings of how the skill and the build work, or you're gonna miss something crucial, right? There's so many times people come in asking about Righteous Fire, and they're completely oblivious to why they're dying all the time. And then you look at their build, and they don't have max fire res, or they don't have any regen nodes, or they don't have any like fucking armor. Right? Like, there's crucial things that they just miss because they don't know that it's required, that it's like a priority. And that's the same thing with like trying to switch to like a trauma stacking thing, right? If you don't know anything about it, you're not going to be able to really do anything. But this is the problem I have with like high DPS builds. Like, they have no survivability. Like 600 EHP, 400 EHP. Like, bro, what the fuck? You can't be touched. Like, this guy is at 0 EHP. 0. He has less than 100 EHP. If something even glances in his, thinks about glancing his, he's dead. He reached 100. Don't know how he did it, but he's at 100. He's doing 1 billion damage. Fucking crazy. But every league, you always see the common skills. Ice Trap is always on the top of the list. Blade Blast is kind of new to me, but it's not unheard of. Explosive Trap, always on the top. Like, trap skills are always top DPS. I don't fucking get it. They're so strong, but god, they're boring to play. Heavy Strike of Charthus, bro. This guy is fucking slapping. He at least got some EHP too. He's a fucking Giga Chad fucking juggernaut. Let's go. But honestly, if you're trying to delve, man, like, when it comes to delve, like I said, the main thing is phasing. And the reason why is because when you go into the dark, if you're not dropping a freaking, you're not dropping a flare to be able to hit targets or anything like that. I do not want gear. I do not want, no, I do not want gear. Not want things. Do not want nothing. I want nothing. Phasing is kind of god tier, because when you're in there, if you don't, you're not going to be able to move in the dark unless you drop a flare. And then dropping a flare just so you can move or attack wastes a flare to be able to get to something else. So it's just, that's one thing that's very useful for you. I'm not going to take those, 'cause that could kill us when we do the ultimatum. No, I don't want it. I really don't. If you want to give someone some free shit to help them out, Z, do you want some free loot? Help Z out. You can meet her in my hideout. Both of you go to my hideout and you can give her some free shit if she wants it. Bro, that's what I'm here for. I like helping people. I like talking to people about their builds and, you know, pointing them in the right direction, trying to give them advice. And like I said, if you come back the next league, this league, whatever, and you want to chat, you want help, you want information, feel free to come back anytime. I'm gonna be here. Even if I'm not playing the game, I'm gonna be here. Right? So, like I said, for me, Righteous Fire isn't the one-all, be-all, best build in the game, but it is a great, easy to league start kind of like build. It can, you get it going with almost nothing. You can put some investment into it and get to really high like content. You can farm easy currency with it, and then you could funnel into a build that you want to try or that you like that's like really Giga Chat or something. That's literally what it's for. What up, Skills? I gotta get off here soon. This is my last map, and then I'm gonna get off because I'm 20 minutes past my stream end time. I gotta run to the wife's parents' house to go and take care of their animals while they're out of town, and then I got to try and get a workout in as well. But yeah, it's like I understand like RF isn't for everybody. It really isn't. It's fairly boring, right? Doesn't really have like a good single target active kind of skill where it's just I stand there and just watch things go boom, right? So most people don't like it. Most people don't really enjoy it, and that's fine. And like I said, it's not for everybody, but it is a very good easy league starter, and it's very good noob friendly. If you're brand new to the game, very easy good build to play. Now, if you really want another easy build that I feel like I'm struggling to see if it's better than my RF. But this 99 block glad is hilarious. This build is fucking hilarious. But anyway, like like I said, if you want to come back, if you want to chat more, if you interested in trying POE out again, if you want to try another build, like interested to theory craft with you, like there's so many cool unique builds in POE. Like putting it permanently just because of like one bad experience is just so bad. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like you're in a boat where I usually get with most leagues, where I just have a bad taste in my mouth, and like something happens, and I'm like, all right, I'm just fucking done. And then you're just like you're done for the league. But the next league comes around, and you're like, hell yeah, let's go, log in, big dick, let's go. You know, like it's what it is. That's hard to say because every build's slightly different. I would say, oh god, I can't kill it. Ugh, got lucky. Every build's slightly different. Some builds, people lack like a crucial defensive layer. Other ones, people lack like a crucial offensive piece of the component, like what makes it work, right? It's understanding like the inner workings of like how the skill works and what is causing like the survivability or the trigger mechanics and stuff, right? Play every 3 leagues? Interesting. So like take this build for example. I don't understand where the damage comes from. I could not tell you how this build does damage. Because in my understanding, every build I've ever played, in order to do damage, you have to put support gems on your fucking gems for them to do damage. Bro. We're literally cast on stun, detonate dead, with wave of conviction, flame wall. All 3 of these skills, they have immolate and burning damage on them. Somehow they do damage. Okay. And then over here we have the flame ability. And then over here we have Purifying Flame with Flame Surge and Firestorm Repelting. No support gems. Okay, cool. Up here we got Raise Zombie Fallen. Yo, Kanya. What's Kenny? Cunny? I'm so bad with names. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you have a good, rest of your day. We're gonna be getting off after this map, just an FYI. But I appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, this has chances to bleed and cremation. Like that's it. So where the fuck is my damage coming from? I don't understand. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is new to me. I'm still learning this build. I'm still tinkering with it and trying it out, trying to figure out why it works, how it works. And I can't understand the survivability other than the block, right? Without this sword, I would die. Like, right when I lost all that HP, I would have died right after, right? I don't, even with this chest piece giving me 10 life regeneration, right? And having a bunch of life regen on the tree, since my HP is so low, my overall life regen is relatively low. So if we look, for defense, I only have 1700, or sorry, a 1400 life regen. Now, I can regen almost my full life in 1 second, but I could easily die in less than a second, right? So that's where the shield comes into place. But the build doesn't typically use, it uses this to start, but then it switches to the nebulous for more damage later. And then I'm like, well, how the fuck do you get healing? So from my understanding, the way you get the healing after that is a Watcher's Eye that gives you life on hit. So with how many skills we have hitting non-stop, we heal for probably more than this Rise of the Seven Suns would do, a Razor. So like I said, I'm tinkering with this one, but for yours, I've never played a Trauma Stagger. I just know that it chunks you, and I don't know what prevents you from dying, right? I've never looked into it. I've never tried it. If you want to come back tomorrow, Zamp, hopefully a little earlier than you did today, you can link me the build you were trying to follow, and maybe we can pick it apart and decipher it and look into it a little bit and see if we can figure out like why it's broken, why you kept dying. You know what I'm saying? If you want, it's up to you. Just giving you the option. But like I said, after I finish this map, it'll be over in a second here. I'm gonna dip out of here. Like I said, I have to go take care of some animals at the parents' house and get a little workout in before the wife gets up, and then that's pretty much it. But it was fun. I hope you guys had a good time. If you guys haven't checked out the Discord or the VODs channel, please do. If you have any questions, so if you haven't joined Discord and you want to join Discord, feel free. You know, guys, don't be a dick. If you have a gaming question, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in anytime. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, go into the About Me and go give it a little looky look. It's at the bottom. If you would give me any support over there, I'd appreciate that. And you know, if you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, that's the best place to do it. But like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back on this. You know, I didn't get a whole lot of gaming in today because we were just chilling and talking and going over builds. That's fine. I had a blast though. Like this build is interesting. Like I said, I'm all about the Righteous Fire. I love me some Righteous Fire, even some Death's Oath. They're both really sick. They're my play styles. But this, I've always wanted a cast on damage build, and this feels like a cast on damage build. It's like obviously cast on stun, but it feels like cast on damage. I just stand here and everything just dies. It's so cool. It's just fucking 99% block is just wild. I'm going to make? What do you mean going to make? Connie? Because this is the build that I'm tinkering with right now. And this is all over YouTube. This is everywhere on YouTube. There's another streamer that has tons of content on this that I was like, I kind of took inspiration from and semi-followed. Mostly followed, I should say. I really don't feel like reading all this, so. Close enough. Whatever. I hate reading. It's for the birds. So can you answer my question really quick so I can help you out, and then I'm going to get out of here. I'm really close to leveling again. I'm about to hit 91. Pretty huge for us. All right, so don't know about this one. Nope. 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 Okay, so these are kind of just meh. We can sell those for upgrades. Get rid of that. Put this away. We'll price check that. We'll price check that.
Kick in with me. Ah.
What is worth nothing? Okay, so none of these are worth anything. What about Type C? Okay, it's not really worth all that. Okay, we'll keep that, and then we'll price check the shield later. Look at all the chaos I threw in here. Just fucking chaos, that fucking galore, bro. All right. You can sell 5 of these.
Journey well.
Salted orb, kind of meh. Okay. And then I think we're good for the night. All right. Well, since nobody sent me a message on what I asked, I appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you had a good rest of your day. Hopefully I see you guys tomorrow. If you guys haven't joined the Discord, feel free. I already posted it. If you need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. If you ever want to catch up on a stream or rewatch a stream, best place to do it is go into the VODs channel and the About Me and go give that a looky look. I appreciate y'all. Have a good day. See ya. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you. See ya. Yeah, Zamp, come back tomorrow a little earlier, and we can look at that build tomorrow and try and pick it apart if you want. But see ya. Bye. Thank you.